Good evening, everyone. This is just after 5:40 p.m. on this Monday evening. Jacob Melton live here of West Michigan Weather, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for our friends across portions of St. Joseph and Branch counties. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 6:15 p.m. this evening, and this is for the potential of quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is associated with this storm here near the Sturgis area. And as I pull up the warning text here from the National Weather Service, pull that up. This is moving off to the northeast at around 20 miles per hour. So again, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning polygon, that includes areas such as Sturgis, Burr Oak, the Colon area, Madison, Batavia, Bronson, if you're in any of these areas, or Leonidas as well. If you're in any of these areas I'm calling out right now, you need to be heading indoors, preferably in that sturdy structure. I would prefer away from windows on the lowest floor of that sturdy structure. That's where you need to be heading right now as this storm approaches from the southwest. So again, the core of the storm we are watching is near the Sturgis and Fawn River area, and again is moving off to the northeast. I will go ahead and do a storm track now on this, and again, we are carrying this off to the northeast at around 20 miles per hour. It's going to take it into the Burr Oak area, assuming current speed within the next 20 minutes, but do not wait. Be heading inside right now in the Burr Oak area. Eventually Madison, assuming current speed and direction in the next 50 minutes, excuse me, or so. And okay, take a look behind the scenes. Okay, and Sherwood as well in the next 57 minutes. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. This will be for extreme eastern Cass County and most of St. Joseph County. This is associated with a different storm. This is likely near the White Pigeon area. Let me take a look at warning text just to confirm that. That is, yes, this is associated with the White Pigeon storm. So let me clear this storm track. And this new warning is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And this new warning goes until 6:45 p.m. this evening. So if you're just tuning in here, this is Jacob Melton live here at West Michigan Weather. We have two severe thunderstorm warnings across far southwestern lower Michigan near the state line, associated with some storms that we have been monitoring for the last little while. There are two storms we are watching, the core of them. One's near the Sturgis area, near Burr Oak, and in others near White Pigeon. We are watching another cell near the Centerville area as well. Any of these storms are capable of producing hail up to quarter size in diameter, along with the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we'll take a look now. Let me go to velocity real quick, take a look at that. And we are seeing a few areas of concern when it comes to the damaging wind potential. One area we are looking at is near the White Pigeon area, towards the Mottville area and Constantine. You can see this brighter red here. That is an area that we are watching for gusty to damaging wind potential. Taking a look at probing the values, we are showing 40 to 50 mile an hour winds or so at about 2,000 feet. However, that is a little bit up there, may not necessarily be fully representative of what's going on at the surface. But nonetheless, the potential for very gusty winds near the White Pigeon and Constantine areas. We are also monitoring the potential for Centerville. Near the Centerville area, we're seeing another area of potential for gusty winds as well. Not quite as significant on this one, but nonetheless another area we are watching as well. Just checking some stuff behind the scenes. Okay. Just Fiona sending a message behind the scenes. Okay. And then taking a look further to the east, again, not as significant on radar, but again, signs of the potential for gusty winds between the Fallen River and Burr Oak areas, along with near and northeast of Sturgis. So if you are in any of these areas within these orange polygons, those are our severe thunderstorm warnings. I need you to be heading indoors, preferably away from the windows on the lowest floor of that sturdy structure. If you can, the main thing to focus on is that sturdy structure. All right, we're going to go back to reflectivity. Actually, I'll take a look at our hail tracker real quickly. Give me just one moment to get that set up. And there's a few areas we are watching for hail potential. The greatest signal for large hail, keep in mind this scan is a little bit delayed, unfortunately. But this was indicating at 5:37 p.m. our signal for large hail was near the Fallen River area. We go back to reflectivity. Still in that general area, but again, we're seeing a little bit of signal for large hail there. Back off to the west, we were also seeing a few signals as we had a little bit newer scan. Fortunately, that has kind of backed off a little bit on the newer scan. Now sometimes I will also say that when we say the signal on the hail tracker back off a little bit, that can also mean that we are seeing signs of downburst potential or damaging wind potential as well. We can see that happen when the hail that's lofted up in the storm come down quickly. That's also a sign of some gusty to damaging winds. So again, near the Burr Oak area, near Fallen River, we're likely seeing that right now. White Pigeon area, we're also seeing a signal for some potential, at least small hail, if not hail up to quarter size. And another signal more likely of small hail near the Centerville area as well. Taking a look behind the scenes, I do not see any reports just yet from the National Weather Service, but that is something we will be watching for as well as any reports. Turn on storm reports just to make sure I'm not missing something. Just 1 second. All right, we're not seeing anything. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity. Again, we are watching this complex of storms which formed back in Illinois, tracked across northwest Indiana, continues to track across northern Indiana and into southwest Michigan, and it has prompted a few severe thunderstorm warnings as it continues across southwest Michigan. Again, counties that are included currently in severe thunderstorm warnings include the far eastern portions of Cass County, most of St. Joseph County between the two warnings, and we also have the western portions of Branch County, areas like Madison, Bronson, and the Batavia area. They're in this severe thunderstorm warning that goes for the next 24-25 minutes or so until 6:15. This other severe thunderstorm warning off to the west for areas like Three Rivers, Centerville, the Fabius, Constantine, and Mendon areas. This one goes for the next hour or so until 6:45 p.m. Now, I know there's, in some of these areas I'm calling out, there's quite a bit of storm anxiety, especially with the events of March 6th, the tornadoes there. I am going to say I'm not too concerned about tornado potential of these storms at this time. I don't want to ever say the threat is zero, but I'm not seeing, if I go to velocity, I'm not seeing any tornadic rotational signatures or anything like that. The main concern I have with these storms is gusty to damaging straight line winds, which can still do tree damage, stuff like that, don't get me wrong. But we're not seeing the strong tornado signatures or anything like that, and I don't see anything to really suggest a tornado threat of these storms at this time. This is mainly a hail and wind threat. Same goes, I know, with this storm tracking off to the northeast. This will eventually take it towards the Union City area. Union Lake, I know, was hit hard as well. Again, we're not seeing any imminent tornado threat with these storms. it is strictly a hail and wind threat as of right now. If that changes, of course, we'll let you know. But right now, we're not seeing any imminent tornado threat. This is, again, mainly a hail and damaging wind threat with these storms. Going back to regular reflectivity radar here. And as you can see, when we start seeing these purples and pinks start to show up, that is generally a sign that we're starting to see the potential for hail with these storms. And we are still seeing some signals of that, especially east of the Falling River area in the southwest Branch County, west of the Gilead area, southwest of Bronson, where we're seeing that potential signal for maybe some hail up to quarter size in diameter. We're going to go back to hail tracker really quickly. And again, unfortunately, these scans come in a little bit delayed, but we're not seeing in particular an alarming large hail signal at this point. But that doesn't mean we still don't have at least a potential for smaller hail. Maybe penny size in diameter or something like that. I have not seen any reports yet come in from the National Weather Service. And also, if you have storm reports to submit to us, you can do that. We would greatly appreciate that if you're in any of these areas within the severe thunderstorm warnings. Please do so safely. I don't want you guys going out in the middle of the storm trying to get hailstones to report to us or anything like that. I would rather see, even if it's slightly melted, I'd rather see it after the fact, after the storm has passed. And same goes with any wind or wind damage reports. Again, I don't want anyone putting themselves into danger into these storms to get that, unless you've had the proper training and are a trained spotter or something of that nature. And again, you need to be very careful when doing that. But again, if you have any storm reports, if you can do so safely, feel free to send those to us as well. You can let us know in chat. We are watching the chat room here. You can also go to our website at www.westmichiganweather.net, and we have a place where you can submit those storm reports there as well. If you have any pictures to send along to us, feel free to tag us on social media as well, and we can see them there. But again, please, if you have any reports to submit to us, make sure safety is a top priority. All right, we're going to go back to our reflectivity, and we'll do a quick reset of the general situation. Taking a reset of the general situation really quick. Most of West Michigan is relatively quiet, especially north of I-94. There's not a whole lot going on right now. So if you're north of I-94, it's relatively quiet right now. That will change later on this evening, but and into tonight. But as of right now, it's a relatively quiet, relatively pleasant day out there. But that will change later on tonight, potentially. Alright, we're going to go back down south. It looks like they are upgrading our severe thunderstorm warning. This is for roughly the western two-thirds of Cass County. They are upgrading this severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable tag. This is for the potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So again, 70-mile-per-hour winds now possible in portions of Cass County. Not Cass County, St. Joseph County, St. Joseph County. Cass County have actually been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. The far eastern portions of Cass County has been dropped. But if you're in the western two-thirds of St. Joseph County, I apologize for my mistake there earlier, but St. Joseph County, the potential for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts now. I'm going to pull up the updated warning text here from the National Weather Service. At 5:55 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over the Constantine area or near the Three Rivers area, moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. Again, the primary hazard with this is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So again, this is a little bit more serious when we start getting the considerable tag. that is when we get a little bit more serious. We're more concerned about wind damage. If you are in this darker or brighter orange color, kind of this orange-red color, that is where we're watching the potential for the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you are in this area for your protection, you need to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. And it is a little more important you be in that interior room on the lowest floor. Let these storms pass on through. All right, we're going to go to velocity now, and I can see the signal for the 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Northeast of the Constantine area now, south and southeast of Three Rivers. I'll zoom in, try and get some roadways. If you're near the Centerville Constantine Road area, near Lutz Road, zoom in a little more, try and get some more road names. Fairchild Road, Sevison Road, I believe that is. It's this one, Roy's Road. If you're near any of these roads I'm calling out, this is where we're seeing the indications for the wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do a new storm track. Let me just get my bearings straight on where this is tracking. It looks like it is moving off to the northeast. So we're going to do a new storm track, take it off to the northeast at around 20 miles per hour. And that's going to take it, let me zoom in. Centerville, you're not officially in the cone, but give me the next 10-15 minutes or so, it should be moving on your doorstep, but you need to be inside right now. If you're near the Mendon area in the next half hour or so, 33 minutes. Parkville, a little bit quicker than that in the next 25 to 30 minutes, but do not wait. You need to be seeking shelter in that sturdy structure right now, as this is moving off to the northeast. And I will be having Jonah Drake join me here. Let me get that situated. Give me just 1 second. One second, guys. Get that situated. All right. 1 second, Jonah's getting situated. All right. You can hear me. You should be open now. Okay. Give me just a second, guys. Just sorting out some technical stuff. But again, if you're near the Three Rivers and Centerville area, you need to be taking cover right now, preferably in that interior room on the lowest floor. This is where we're continuing to see a signal for winds up to 70 miles per hour. Don't have Jonah just yet. We're working on it though, so. But again, where you're seeing these brighter colors on our velocity. Okay. Bear with us, guys. Just, some technical issues behind the scenes. Alright, let's go back. Reflectivity. The Three Rivers, Centerville areas. You are entering the bulk of this storm. The high winds, very heavy rainfall, and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Okay, so he mentioned it's on his end. Okay, so Jonah's working on it. The audio issues are on his end, not ours. So again, while Jonah resolves his technical issues, we're continuing to watch the strong to severe thunderstorm. If you're further to the east with this storm, We are watching a signal for some larger hail, potentially near the south of the Colon area, northwest of the Bronson area. We're still watching this storm. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning, a little bit less intense, but still severe at 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. The most intense storm we are watching right now is near the Three Rivers area in Centerville. This is where we're a little bit more concerned for high winds, with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. And taking a look at our velocity again, we're seeing that signal for damaging wind gusts up to 60 to 70 miles per hour near the Centerville area, particularly just west of there. East of Three Rivers, near the Three Rivers Municipal Airport. And near the Three Rivers Municipal Airport areas where we're watching that. We're also, I'll zoom in, near the M86 corridor is where we're watching that right now. Near Holton Road, I believe that is, River Road. Covered Bridge Road is where we're watching this, over towards M60, especially near and east of the Three Rivers Municipal Airport is where we're watching this signal for higher wind. Further to the east, we are also watching some signal for gustier winds, not as intense as the one storm off to the west, but near the Burr Oak, Bronson areas over towards the Madison area, we are seeing an elevated signal for gusty to damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour as well. In this brighter red color, that is what we're looking for the gusty to damaging winds. I am seeing another signal of some potential gusty to damaging winds near the Sturgis area as well. Just to the southwest of there, we are watching that as well. Just getting some. That is a special statement south of the state in Indiana. Okay. Just checking some new information from the National Weather Service. And it's not for our area, so we'll continue on with this. But this area south of just entering Sturgis right now is where we're seeing a little bit of a signal for some damaging winds as well. I'm not really concerned. I will say that's a little bit interesting on the southeast side of Sturgis, excuse me. Okay. Still, some very gusty winds likely entering the Sturgis area right now. We are continuing to watch this severe thunderstorm warning, the higher end severe thunderstorm warning that is considerable tag for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That potential is passing north of Centerville now. We'll be in the Parkville and Mendon areas over the next few minutes, right along M60, as this continues to move off to the north and east. So if you're in the Mendon area especially, you need to be inside that sturdy structure right now, preferably on the lowest floor if you can get there, and most preferably in that interior room if you can get there, just with the higher wind potential. Let me just take a look. Some information behind the scenes. I'm not seeing too many power outages being indicated. That doesn't mean the winds are not gusty yet, and it could also take time for the map to update as well. This is the Michigan power outage map. Let me take a look at seeing too much right now on the consumers map either. Mainly east of Three Rivers when I say consumers. Not seeing much there either at the moment, but that could change at a moment's notice. We'll be keeping an eye on that behind the scenes as well. But again, our core of damaging winds being indicated on Doppler radar is north of the Centerville area. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in here. This is going to be for southeastern portions of St. Joseph County, near the Sturgis area, and also in the southern portions southern portions of Branch County. Jonah, just letting you know, you're running open, but I can't hear you on Discord. But again, this is going to be for southeastern St. Joseph County and southern Branch counties. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to go until 6:45 p.m. Let me pull up the warning text behind the scenes real quick. And this is for near LaGrange in northern Indiana. It's northern Indiana. But severe 6:06 p.m. A severe thunderstorm was located over the LaGrange area, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Primary hazard with this particular storm is 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Source on this is radar indicated. Some locations in our area that's going to be impacted include the Sturgis area. You're right in the thick of it right now. Also the Gilead area, Bethel, Kinderhook, the California area, also the Algonquin area. The Algonquin area is where I'm watching as well, as this continues to move off roughly to the east, maybe a touch northeast. We are also getting an update to our severe thunderstorm warning, mainly across north central portions of St. Joseph County right now. And this is mainly for this. They are continuing our considerable tag on it. And they are continuing the indication for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Again, this is for northern and central portions of St. Joseph County. And this is a heads up as well. Eventually, southern portions of Kalamazoo County, if this storm continues its current track, we will need to be watching you as well. So areas like Vicksburg, Pavilion, Schoolcraft will need to be paying attention as well for the potential of damaging wind gusts and maybe some quarter-size hail as well. There's no warning in effect for these areas, but that is something we will be watching in the short term as these storms continue to lift off to the northeast. But we're going to go back to velocity really quick. Unfortunately, Jonah is still having some technical issues, and so he had to hop back out behind the scenes. But I'm still with you here. Taking a look at our damaging wind potential on velocity. The core of the damaging winds is near the Parkville area, just to the west of Mendon, is where I'm seeing the highest potential right now. Taking a look at our values, we're still showing over 60 mile per hour winds at about 3,000 feet above the surface. So definitely at least 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, if not up to 70 miles per hour. Near the Parkville area, near M60 and Silver Street is where I'm showing this right now. And mainly near the M60 and Silver Street area. Newer scan just coming in, showing higher winds into the Mendon area right now. If anyone in this area, if you can let us know what's going on safely, please feel free to do so. You can let us know in chat. Again, we are watching chat. You can also tag us on social media or go to our website at www.westmichiganweather.net. We have a place you can navigate this through the site where you can go submit a storm report to us. We would greatly appreciate it, but please do so safely. I would rather see a damage report after the fact than to have someone go right into the middle of the storm trying to get us a storm report. Again, safety is paramount when it comes to those storm reports. Further to the east, we're still seeing a couple areas for potential gusty winds. A little bit lower end, but still maybe up to 40 to 60 miles per hour. One near the Madison area, and it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be from the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, and it's going to include portions of Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for roughly the eastern half or so of Kalamazoo County, along with all of Calhoun County. And this warning goes until 7:15 p.m. And this is for the potential of wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour in quarter-size hail. Pulling the warning text on this, this is going to be for, again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. At 6:11 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Vicksburg to near the Colon area to near Bronson, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So a little bit quicker with the storm motions now. Moving off to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Again, primary hazard of this severe thunderstorm complex will be 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Impact damage, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations that I'll be listing off here that could be impacted by the severe thunderstorm include the Portage area, Albion, Marshall, Battle Creek, Vicksburg, Galesburg, Homer, Union City, Climax, Burlington, Brownlee Park, Gull Lake, Fulton, the Marengo area, Athens, Augusta, Tekonsha, Duck Lake, Pine Creek, and Bedford. If you're in any of the areas I just called out, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So again, as this complex of storms that we are watching continue to lift off to the northeast, that is carrying at least some potential for damaging winds up to 60, although we've had warnings for up to 70 miles per hour. So we'll say between 60 and 70 miles per hour, along with the potential for hail up to quarter size in diameter. We are also seeing a new severe thunderstorm warning come in Ranch and St. Joseph counties. That is likely this warning right here. Yes, it is. This is for the northeastern portion of St. Joseph County, along with the northern portions of Branch County, from Bronson to along a line roughly from Bronson to Batavia to Coldwater to Butler to the north, is where we're seeing this new severe thunderstorm warning for the potential 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So, all right, we're going to take a look at a couple more products here. Then I want to do a couple storm tracks. First, we'll go over the velocity. And the core of our damaging winds is going to extend near the Mendon area right now. This will be lifting into, if I animate this, into the Vicksburg area, mainly near and east of Vicksburg over the next few minutes, over towards the Fulton community, the Gardner's Corners community there, Pavilion and Lemon Park as well, Scotts, over towards Pine Creek and East Roy, over towards Athens as well. We're also seeing some potential for gustier winds near the Leonidas area. And then further off to the east, we are watching this core of gusty to damaging winds near the Sherwood and Madison areas. That will be lifting northeast into the Union City and Girard areas over the next few minutes. And we are also watching some additional damaging wind potential near the Burr Oak area. I am watching another area of potential concern near the US 12 corridor. That's going to take it into Bronson over the next few minutes. Bronson, we are not technically under a severe thunderstorm warning. The one that was in effect has dropped off. But nonetheless, pay attention. We are seeing some potential for higher wind. And then some additional damaging wind potential down to the state line and then into northern Indiana. Alright, so we got multiple areas we are watching for potential gusty to damaging winds. That's a little bit interesting near Sherwood. Let me take a look at that. Not really tornadic, just a little bit of an interesting signature there. Not seeing much to indicate a tornado threat. This is mainly a straight line wind threat near the Sherwood area heading into Union City over the next few minutes. Again, this is not tornadic. This is damaging straight line winds, but you'll still want to take it seriously. Definitely want to get indoors into that sturdy structure over the next several minutes. We're going to take a look at Hail Tracker here in just a second, too. Okay. We're not seeing any screaming indications of large hail on Hail Tracker, We're seeing some indications of maybe some smaller hail near the Sherwood and Madison areas east of Colon. And then another indication, maybe some small to borderline large hail indications near the Fawn River area near Burr Oak. That'll be moving into the Bronson and Joliet areas over the next few minutes. So let's go back to reflectivity. I do want to do a couple storm tracks here. We'll do one on this stronger storm. Just 1 second, get that set up. And just 1 second, guys. Just some behind the scenes stuff. And move that off to the east and northeast. I will say it's moving a little more east and northeast. So we carry the track like that. We'll zoom in. Mendon in the next 11 minutes, according to this. So that is around storm motion. This is going with 20 miles per hour. This morning is 45. So give me just a second to update that. I want to update the storm motion to 45 miles per hour. We'll go with that one. That's going to take it into the Mendon area right about now, according to the storm track. But be in shelter right now in the Mendon area. The rain's starting to pick up. The Fulton area in the next 17 minutes. The Gardeners Corners community in the next 18 minutes. Athens eventually in the next 22 minutes. Pine Creek in the next 25 minutes. Joppa in the next 28 minutes. East Roy in about 27 minutes. Sonoma in the next 31 minutes. Morgan Corners in the next 32 minutes. Stanley Corners in the next 34 minutes. Old Mill Gardens in the next 35 minutes. Beetle Lake in 37 minutes. Sunrise Heights in 38 minutes. Brownlee Park in the next 41 minutes or so. Waddles Park in the next 41 minutes. Ceresco in the next 41 minutes. Wright's Corners in 43 minutes. And eventually Marshall in the next 45 minutes, 47 minutes or so. We'll go with 47 minutes, as that's what's being listed there. So this is for this particular storm. There's other storms we are watching. We'll do another storm track. This one lifted off to the east and northeast. Okay, so in the next 45 to 50 minutes in the Marshall area of that one. Now, if you're near Athens and Union City, if you're not in shelter, you need to be right now. If you're not in that sturdy structures, these storms are right on your doorstep. Sherwood, you're likely seeing some gustier winds, some frequent lightning and heavier rainfall. Taking a look behind the scenes, we're not seeing too much in the way. At least at the moment, of power outages being indicated, which is good news. Hopefully that means these winds are not necessarily reaching the ground, but it still could be gusty. Don't get me wrong. So you still want to take these storms seriously. But so far, we're not seeing too many power outages show up on the outage maps. Hopefully that continues to remain the case as these lift off to the northeast. So again, we're going to take a general reset of the situation. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in southwest Michigan, especially along and south of I-94. With this complex of storms that's moving off to the east and northeast, this is primarily for the potential of damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And I will say the hail threat might be winding down a little bit of these storms, but still some smaller hail will be possible in these storms as they move off again to the east and northeast. If you are north of this area, if you are north of I-94, you will notice I have not talked about you too much. There's just not much in the way going on north of I-94 at the moment. That might change later this evening and in the overnight hours, but we'll deal with that as we head towards that time frame. Our primary focus as of right now is with these thunderstorms, mainly along and south of I-94, which is carrying I think we are transitioning more from hail towards a damaging wind potential. up to 60 miles per hour. We'll take a look at velocity again on this, and again, we're still seeing some potential for high wind from the Pavilion area east towards southeast towards the Athens area, heading into the Union City area towards Girard over the next few minutes, then eventually Burlington to Concha, Homer, as it heads into Calhoun County. Eckford, Albion, the Marengo area, Marshall as well. If you are in St. Joseph County, this is going to be the warning that was previously considerable tagged. They have canceled this warning, so areas like Mendon, towards Parkville, and especially the west side of Leonidas, it's still storming, it's still raining in the area, but these storms have a little bit less of a severe concern. They will also be moving into Kalamazoo County, so areas like, especially east of Vicksburg, towards Athens as well. We can go ahead and read the update on that. And storm which prompted the warning is weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, heavy rain is still possible with this thunderstorm. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. for southwest Michigan. So again, we do continue. Looks like they are updating this severe thunderstorm warning too. This is going to be sort of southern Branch County. If you're in southeastern St. Joseph County, near the Sturgis area, they have dropped St. Joseph County from this severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is the southeastern portions. So areas like Sturgis and Fall River, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. You'll still want to remain indoors for the next little bit. Just with potential for lightning in the area. It's still raining at the moment, but your severe threat, at least for the moment, is done. This is primarily a southern Branch County area issue now, so areas like Gilead, Bethel, Kinderhook, Algansey, California area, over towards Montgomery. That's technically in the Hillsdale County. But again, if you're in these areas in southern Branch County, south of Coldwater, you're still in this severe thunderstorm warning for the next 20 minutes. That goes until 6:45. They're continuing this severe thunderstorm warning primarily for the potential of damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to say that's the majority of these warnings right now is for 60 mile per hour wind gust potential. They are continuing with quarter-size hail potential as well for this warning in eastern Kalamazoo and in Calhoun counties. I will say, based on the storm motions, I'll check Grand Rapids radar to confirm. Let me check Grand Rapids. I will say the strongest part of these storms may be staying south of I-94. That is not to dismiss the threat for areas like Augusta, Battle Creek, up towards Springport, the Albion Landing area, Rice Creek, Lee Center, and Walnut Point. I'm not going to dismiss you from the severe potential just yet. You're still in the severe thunderstorm warning. You should respect that. Definitely head inside for the next little bit. But the strongest part of this storm, at least if radar trends continue on their current path, may be staying south of I-94. But we'll continue to watch that over the next little bit. I'm going to go back to our northern Indiana radar. We'll go back to velocity really quick. And I'm going to say that our core of strongest winds is now passing from the Athens, Union City areas through Madison into Girard, and maybe the north side of Coldwater as well, north of the Batavia area, north of Bronson, is where we're seeing some potential still for damaging wind gusts. Our secondary area of concern near the Gilead area, we move into Bethel and Kinderhook. We'll take a look at that signature near the Bethel area. Okay, not imminently tornadic. Just sometimes we have to watch these little signatures as well. We're not seeing anything imminently tornadic there. But nonetheless, gusty winds towards the Gilead or Bethel and Kinderhook areas, that'll be moving to the east. towards the Algansett and California areas over the next few minutes. Then also in the northeast, further in the northeastern Indiana, and eventually northwestern Ohio. Taking a look at velocity from the surrounding radar, we're still seeing maybe also some signs of gusty winds near the Pavilion and Climax area. Not necessarily screaming damaging wind, at least from this radar level. This is about 3,500 feet up, but nonetheless some gustier winds possible near the Pavilion area. That will be lifting really off to the east and northeast, so Climax, maybe eventually Galesburg, and maybe Battle Creek with time as well. Again, not epically impressive, but nonetheless some gusty wind potential. So if you are just joining us here, I'm Jacob Melton live here in West Michigan weather, and we are continuing coverage with some severe thunderstorm warnings along and south of the I-94 corridor as we head into this early Monday evening. These severe thunderstorm warnings are primarily for the potential of damaging wind gusts, which I think this is starting to transition into more of at this point, rather than hail potential, which is what we started with initially. They are continuing, at least the last check. We'll have to see what the Weather Service decides to do in the next warning update. But quarter-size hail may be across portions of, especially southern portions of Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. However, I'm not seeing too much of a hail concern, I will say, is starting to decrease. This is more of a damaging wind potential, up to 60 miles per hour. I will say, taking another peek behind the scenes, I'm still not seeing too many indications of power outages on the Consumers Energy and Indiana Michigan power outage maps. So that is maybe some good news that these winds, at least right now, it could still change at a moment's notice, but are not necessarily reaching the surface at full strength. It still could be gusty winds, don't get me wrong, just maybe not the damaging winds that we would start to get concerned with widespread power outages. We're not seeing any indications of that right now. And okay. Information behind the scenes. Okay, so all right, so all right, we'll go through our severe thunderstorm warnings in order again. First off, we're going to start with this one in Southern Branch County. I will say this is having a little bit more of an intense signature to it on reflectivity. Maybe some smaller hail near the Bethel and Kinderhook areas. That'll be heading towards the Algansett in California areas over the next few minutes. And we're also seeing, if I go to velocity, still some indications of gustier winds just south of the Bethel area, near the East Gilead area. We're seeing some indications of gustier winds. New scan coming in takes it towards, especially the southern areas just south of Bethel. That'll be taking it into the Kinderhook, Canada Shores, Pearl Beach, and Crystal Beach areas over the next few minutes. Again, I'm going to take a look at storm relative just to make sure. I will say maybe some weak rotation, at least on storm relative near the Bethel area. Not necessarily tornadic. In fact, I'll take a look at debris tracker. I'm not seeing any tornado indications. This is more likely straight line winds. It's just an interesting signature we are looking at. Maybe some weaker rotation being indicated near the Bethel area. I think this is more of a straight line wind concern at this time, though. We'll keep an eye on that over the next few scans as well. But nonetheless, gusty to damaging winds near the Bethel and Kinderhook areas. And that will continue to move off into the east and eventually into portions of Hillsdale County as well. And if this holds, warnings may eventually be required, particularly for southern portions of Hillsdale County. Further to the north, we're still seeing some indications of gusty winds But I will say it was not. I'm not seeing an organized area of damaging winds. It's just kind of a broad, messy area of elevated velocities. But near the Athens, near the Burlington area through Union City, Girard, south towards the Coldwater and Batavia areas, we're seeing some potential for gustier winds. And I'll go to the Grand Rapids radar, take a look further north. And we're still seeing some potential for gustier winds heading into the climax area. That will take it towards I-94 and into the Galesburg, Augusta, and Battle Creek areas over the next several minutes as well. Looks like Grand Rapids showing a little bit of gustier wind potential near the Burlington, north of Union City as well. A little bit more in the way of not extremely high, screaming, damaging wind velocities, but still some potential for gustier winds there as well. Let's go to reflectivity. And I will say it's definitely looking a little less organized the further north you go. Now watching this cell that has kind of flared up on the west side of Kalamazoo. We'll have to keep an eye on that over the next little bit. Some heavier downpours on near the Ashtimo area, near the Doherty's Corners area. Kind of near US 131, we're watching some heavier downpours. Not severe at this point, but something we are watching. I do also want to pass this along earlier, but if you're in Berrien and Cass counties, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for those counties. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for Berrien and Cass counties. St. Joseph, Branch, and they also extended the watch to include Hillsdale County now, just with the potential, just with this line getting a little more organized as it moves off to the east. We'll have to watch Hillsdale County over the next little while, at least for some gusty to damaging wind potential as well. All right, so we got Berrien and Cass counties. You have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. St. Joseph, Branch, and now Hillsdale counties, you're still in the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. Although as this line moves off to the east, it's possible they may end up canceling this early. Okay, so, all right. So we do continue at this point with severe thunderstorm warnings if you're just joining us. We continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for eastern Kalamazoo, Calhoun County, and then down in the Branch and technically the northeastern section of St. Joseph County. Although I will say the severe threat, at least for the moment, has ended for St. Joseph County. You're still at the northeastern corner, so areas like Leonidas and the Colin area are still in the severe thunderstorm warning, but I will think that will be dropped momentarily as that storm continues to move off to the east. And earlier, we were seeing some indications for larger hail that has transitioned, I think, into more of a damaging wind threat as the storm gets organized in a little more of a line. So they are updating. This is the southernmost severe thunderstorm warning. They have dropped LaGrange County, that's in Indiana, but they are continuing it for southern portions of Branch County. And this goes for the next 10 minutes. We'll have to see if they extend a new one that would eventually, I think, include portions of Hillsdale County, Hillsdale County over the next few minutes. This is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, although they are also indicating some potential for penny-sized hail. Scenes for a little bit later on. Just bear with me, guys. Just doing some things behind the scenes. Just things settle down a little bit. Okay. Just a second. So, all right, if you're in northern portions of Branch County, looks like they just dropped a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for the northern portions of Branch County and also the far northeastern section of St. Joseph County we mentioned earlier. They have dropped that severe thunderstorm warning, and that is because storm which prompted the warning is weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, heavy rain is still possible with this thunderstorm. So if you're in northern portions of Branch County, so areas like Union City, Girard, and especially north of Coldwater, the Madison area, they have dropped this severe thunderstorm warning. This storm's at least for the moment, no longer severe, but still could be producing heavy rain and lightning. So you'll want to remain indoors. But the severe threat, at least for now, of this storm has ended. So we have only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now, primarily for, again, Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties, and then also the southern portion of Branch County, which continues for the next 5 minutes or so. And I will say this, Calhoun County, we're going to take a look at velocity on it. I'm just not seeing a whole lot to be concerned about. The heavier precip's definitely staying off in the southern Calhoun County at the moment. Maybe some gustier wind potential still, but I'm not seeing a whole lot to be concerned about. I'm not seeing too much on the outage maps either. Just a couple isolated here and there outages, but not really the widespread outages that we would start to see with more damaging winds. We're not really seeing that at the moment. That does not mean you don't want to take these storms seriously. There still could be very gusty winds, but at this point, we're not seeing too much in the way of wind damage being reported. I have not seen any reports from the National Weather Service, which is good news. Hopefully, that trend does continue. But nonetheless, you'll still want to be inside as these showers and thunderstorms continue to lift off to the east and northeast, just in case, as things could change at a moment's notice. Take a look at velocity, and I will say, even though there's not much in the way of precip, still some potential for gustier winds near the Galesburg and Climax area. I mean, it doesn't scream concerning damaging wind potential to me, but still some gustier winds can't be ruled out. Near the Galesburg and Climax areas, that will continue to lift off to the east and northeast. It'll be heading into the Battle Creek and Augusta areas over the next few minutes right now. It's moving it's light along I-94 right now. We're still seeing some potential for gusty winds as well near the Burlington area and east of Athens, near and north of Burlington especially. That will be heading off to the northeast, east and northeast, especially south of I-94. So from Marshall and Point South is where we'll be watching for that. And then further south, I'm going to go back to the other radar. We are seeing some potential for, at this point, probably non-severe gusty winds near the Girard and Quincy areas. It's like, okay, that's the Fort Wayne area. Okay, so we got a new warning coming in, but that's down in near the Fort Wayne area. And I will say our greater concern in the short term for damaging winds is going to be in southeastern Branch County, east of the Kinderhook area. So areas like the Algansett and California areas, we're seeing a little bit higher velocities being indicated, about 50 miles an hour or so. Again, that is a few thousand feet up, about 3,500 feet from the Northern Indiana radar site. But that is something we are watching in the short term. Is the potential for some gustier to maybe damaging winds. Let me say this, we do have a little bit more in the way of outages. Not much still, but in the Athens area, I'm starting to see some isolated outages pop up. So we'll have to keep monitoring that behind the scenes. Nothing extremely major at this point, but something we are continuing to watch behind the scenes. Alright, so we'll also take a look go to reflectivity first. I will say reflectivities are a bit elevated as well. This warning is for penny-sized hail as well. In fact, we'll go to hail tracker really quickly. We're not seeing any indications of large hail, but just with the reflectivity values, I can't rule out some smaller hail. Through the east of the Kinderhook area towards California and the Algansey areas, but at the very least, very heavy rainfall. Torrential downpours over the next several minutes as these storms continue to move off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and do another storm track. This warning's actually about to expire. We'll see what they decide to do about Hillsdale County here momentarily. We'll do a storm track off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. That's going to eventually take it. The California area, this says the next 6 minutes, but it's moving in as I speak to you. The Reading or Reading area in the next 17 minutes. Cambria in the next 24 minutes. Ransom in the next 34 minutes. Osseo area in the next 35 minutes. Pittsford in the next 39 minutes. And Wheatland in the next Pittsford in the next 39 minutes, Wheatland in 49 minutes, and Hudson also in the next 49 minutes as well. This warning is about to expire, though. We will see what the National Weather Service decides to do with that. I will say with the velocity indications, let me take the hail tracker header off. Just with those velocity indications, it could go either way. I would at least expect a statement to come in for Hillsdale County, especially the southern portions of Hillsdale County. We'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do in the next couple of minutes. We will also pass along, we do have a penny-sized hail report. 3 miles to the west-northwest of Fremont. This is in Northern Indiana, but it's close by. 15 minutes ago, a hail report of up to penny size in diameter. It's not quite severe levels, but still, it's getting up there in terms of hail size. It's not quite severe level, but still some hail there as well. It looks like this morning has just dropped off. Looks like they are allowing this warning to drop off. We'll see what they do about Hillsdale County here in the next few minutes. We'll go back north and take a look at our severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, as I say that, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Branch and Hillsdale counties. We'll go over that in just a second. But those of you to the north, in eastern Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties, we're still watching this. I'm not seeing anything extremely impressive on velocities. I will say still maybe some signal of gustier winds. Near the Stanley Corners area, southeast of there. Right along 11 Mile Road is where we're seeing those indications for maybe some gustier winds. I'm not concerned about a tornado threat or anything like that. These storms is mainly gusty straight line winds. North of the Burlington area, that lifts off, goes off to the east, maybe a touch northeast. That'll be primary areas near and south of Marshall, towards the Eckford areas and Marengo as well. Going back south, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll go to the Northern Indiana radar. We'll go back to reflectivity. This is going to be for southeastern portions of Branch County, along with the southern 2/3 or so of Hillsdale County. This warning goes until 7:45 p.m., so for the next hour or so. Current time is 6:46, just about 6:47. But, again, this is primarily for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and up to penny-sized hail. So, and again, this goes until 7:45 this evening. Pulling up the warning text from the National Weather Service. And at 6:45 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the Fremont, 10 miles northeast of Angola. These are North Indiana locations, but these are moving off. These storms are moving off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. I'll do a storm track here in just a moment for you again, but again, primary hazard of these storms are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and petty size hail. Source continues to be radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations that are in the path of these storms include the cold water area. Yeah, except I will say the storms are passing cold water right now. Hillsdale, Jonesville, Fremont, Quincy, Pioneer, Reading, uh, Long Lake, Ray, Cambria, Pittsford, Kinderhook, California, Ransom, Waldron, Camden, North Adams, Montgomery, and Clear Lake and Bear Lake. If you're in any of these areas I'm calling out, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. And they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning as well. Back off to the north. Kalamazoo County, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. It now only includes a portion of Calhoun County, so areas like Burlington, Marshall, towards the Eckford area, towards Homer, Albion, and especially the west side of Springport. You're still in the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 26 minutes or so. And that is going to be for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They are maintaining a quarter-size hail. However, I'm not tagged, but I'm not seeing much to indicate large hail this storm. My primary concern continues to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I'll take a look at velocity here. And I'm not seeing a terribly great signal for damaging winds, but maybe near the south of the Marshall area, especially kind of towards Wright's Corners, is where I'm seeing this severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for damaging wind gusts. Blake on Twitch is asking, how about cold water? Cold water, I will say the bulk of this storm is passing off to your east right now. If you're in cold water proper. I know the southeast side of town's technically in the severe thunderstorm warning, but the bulk of this storm is passing off to your east. You'll still want to remain inside just with the potential for leftover lightning strikes. You'll want to follow the rule of 30 minutes after the last rumble of thunder before you want to go back outdoors. But I will say the bulk of these storms are moving to the east of cold water right now. And at least for the short term, your severe threat will be over. We'll have to watch later tonight still. But as of right now, your severe threat is winding down for the short term, Blake. Okay, so we're going to go to velocity, take a look what's going on a southern warning. I will say the core of the gusty winds will be more in the southern Hillsdale County as it moves in over the next few minutes. So areas like Camden, Cambria, Ransom, and Waldron, over towards the Pittsford and Hudson areas. Hillsdale, especially south of Hillsdale, we'll be watching as well. I am seeing another indication of some gustier winds still near the Litchfield and Butler area, but at this point, not necessarily severe, I don't think. Our corridor for severe wind, I will say, is south of the Algonsy to Cambria line, and especially near and south of Hillsdale as well. It's where I'm seeing the better potential for gusty to damaging winds. Take a look again behind the scenes. I'm still not seeing too many in the way of power outages. I mean, I'm seeing a few isolated spot outages here and there, but I'm not seeing widespread outages, which hopefully that remains the case. That means these winds, not all of the damaging winds may be reaching the surface, which is good. Hopefully that remains the case as these storms continue to move off to the east. I will say this, we are seeing just a little bit of a bowing shape to it near the Algonsy and Montgomery areas, east of California. You can see a little bit of a bow to the reflectivity presentation. That is generally a sign that we're watching for some gustier winds. And to the north, in Calhoun County, there's mainly this cell you're watching. Maybe a stronger cell near the Butler and Litchfield areas. Could be producing some gustier winds and maybe some small hail as well. We'll throw up hail tracker real quick. Yeah, maybe some indications of hail, at least on the Grand Rapids radar. Let me go take a look at it. Orbit, Indiana doesn't have it quite as intense, but still, some indications, maybe some smaller hail near the Butler and Litchfield areas of this cell as well as it lifts off to the northeast. So we'll have to watch that as it heads eventually into southwest Jackson County as well. So areas like Pulaski, Concord, Hanover, Horton as well. We'll be watching as well. This cell over the next few minutes as well. All right, so we just continue with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings this evening so far in the West Michigan weather coverage area. This is for Calhoun counties. Calhoun County and also Branch and Hillsdale counties as well. Southeastern Branch County, especially, and the southern 2/3 of Hillsdale County. Blake on Twitch is asking, will Coldwater have any warming? I'm assuming you mean warning like flood or tornadoes. I don't want to say the tornado threat is 0, but I'm not as concerned about tornadoes right now as I am gusty winds. As for the flooding threat, we'll have to watch storms over the next. This could be quite a bit of rain over the next several days. I will say just to the north while I'm on that subject. You see this green shading to the north, near and north of M46, especially along and north of M46. These are flood watches. This is where we're expecting quite a bit of rain over the next few days. I believe it was 1 to 3 inches through Wednesday morning, near and north of M46. That is where we're more concerned about flooding. In fact, there are flash flood warnings in northern Michigan. This is for dam operators who reported high flows. Just for some of the dams up there, they're having to release water, and that's causing some flooding issues up there as well. Now, I will say this: that doesn't mean over the next few days, like that we can't get localized areas of heavy rain in southern Michigan. That could definitely cause some issues. The ground across the area is relatively saturated from recent rainfall. And it's not going to take a whole lot. The ground can only take so much, and it's not that much that it can take before we start running into some flooding issues. Once we get the severe threat out of here, I do have a couple of graphics I do want to show as well. So now I'll discuss the flooding threat a little bit further in detail. So stick around for a little bit and we'll discuss that a little more in detail. So, but yeah, there's still some concern, not as much as to the north of Coldwater, but still some concern down there as well. But taking a look at our severe thunderstorm warnings, I will say the strongest part of these storms are starting to move out of Branch County. Near the Algansett and California areas, we're still seeing some heavier rainfall near Quincy area as well. But I think the strongest part of these storms are moving east of Branch County. They'll be moving east primarily in the Hillsdale and maybe southern Jackson counties as well over the next several minutes. I will also pass along St. Joseph County. You have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch as well, as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. All right, so these are the only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. It affected our coverage area right now is for Calhoun and Branch and Hillsdale counties, except I do think this is becoming a Hillsdale County threat over the next few minutes. And okay, so take a look at velocity again. I will say the greatest potential for wind. It's going to be near the Camden area. Is where I'm seeing the greatest potential for wind right now. Near to Camden, south of the Reading area towards Camden. They'll be moving east towards the Cambria and Ransom areas over the next few minutes as well. And eventually Waldron, Pittsford, and Hudson as well. Osseo as well. Hillsdale, you'll definitely want to be inside, but I do think the strongest winds may stay just to your south. Just looking at velocity, at least from the northern Indiana radar. Another good thing to do is take a look at surrounding radars. Not getting too much of a good signal from the Detroit radar right now, but as it continues to move into Hillsdale County, we'll have to start looking at the Detroit radar along with the airport radar there in southwest Wayne County. That can get us a good lower level, little bit lower level of the signal, especially in eastern Hillsdale and Jackson counties. That is where that helps out a little bit. Taking a look further to the north, this is going to be for Calhoun County. And I'm not really seeing anything too impressive. I will say Detroit radar still may be hinting at some gusty wind potential near the Tekonsha and between Tekonsha and Marshall. That'll be moving east towards the Eckford, Homer, Marengo, and Albion areas. But I'm not super impressed with it in terms of damaging wind potential. But nonetheless, you'll still want to be inside, especially in southeastern Calhoun County over the next few minutes. Let these storms pass on by. Because in addition to the gusty winds, we're still seeing some lightning being indicated along with heavy rainfall, particularly in southeastern Calhoun County at this juncture. But my main concern from damaging winds is going to be, again, in southern portions of Hillsdale County, at least for the moment. So we are seeing some other storms start to pop up over Lake Michigan that we'll have to watch in the short term as well. Whether these are severe remains to be seen, because this line of storms did take up some of the instability available down here, so that may limit these storms. We'll be watching them in the short term as well. Okay. I will say we're still seeing some elevated reflectivity values near the Litchfield area. Still seeing some elevated reflectivity values. Maybe some small hail occurring with this storm, especially north of the Litchfield area. So towards areas like Pulaski, East Mosherville, Stony Point, and Hanover. Eventually near and south of Concord as well. We're seeing still a little bit of elevated reflectivity values, maybe some small hail ongoing in this area. We'll go to Hail Tracker again. Alright, looks like they are putting out a special weather statement. So it looks like instead of a severe thunderstorm warning, they're going to opt to go over a special weather statement for southwestern Jackson County. That is going to be for winds up to 40 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. So again, rather than a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, they are going to go right now, or at least for right now, a special weather statement. That doesn't mean the storm can't pulse back up and we end up getting a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, but at least as of right now, they're going special weather statement, which is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. Basically saying the storm's a little bit on the stronger side. We're watching it. It's not currently severe, but still could produce, in this case, some gustier winds and maybe some small hail as that moves off to the east and northeast. Blake says you're a really good streamer. Thank you for that, Blake. Greatly appreciate that. Just trying to do the best we can to cover West Michigan and its weather. Over on both the calm days and in this case, when the weather kind of takes a turn, it wants to be a little bit more on the severe side. We're here watching it. So taking a look at our severe thunderstorm warning. Our severe thunderstorm warning continues for southern portion. Well, actually, did they just drop that warning for Hillsdale County? We'll see here in just a second. It may have just dropped a warning. They have canceled. This is for those of you in southern Hillsdale County, especially, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning, which is good news. storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with this thunderstorm. The severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. for northeastern Indiana, southeastern and southwest Michigan, and northwestern Ohio. So, again, they are canceling this severe thunderstorm warning for Hillsdale County. Looks like they're starting to replace it with special weather statements. Blake in chat saying hopefully no one gets hurt. Well, that's kind of why we do these streams. We want to give people a heads up so they can take the proper precautions so that way hopefully they don't get hurt. It's the mission behind what we do here. Of course, we hope that as well. All right, so this warning for Calhoun County, this is technically the only active severe thunderstorm warning for the next 12 minutes. We'll have to see if they decide to drop that off a little bit earlier. And what we do have is a special weather statement for portions of southwestern Jackson County. Wait just 1 second, we need a drink of water here. Okay. All right. So what I was saying is a special weather statement for southwestern portion of Jackson County. This is for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and pea-size hail. But I do think we might be able to wind this down, at least for the short term. We'll have to see what goes on with storms later tonight. We might be back for a second round of coverage later tonight. And we'll go over some more details, not only for tonight, but tomorrow as well. Okay, so... Alright, so... As I was just mentioning, we technically continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for the next 10 minutes for Calhoun County and the special weather statement. That's it in terms of advisories and warnings. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that technically remains for Branch and Hillsdale counties until 10 o'clock. Except I have a feeling they'll be canceling those early. Could the square move to the Coldwater area for all the warnings or no? That is unlikely at this point, Blake. These storms are moving off to your east now. At least for right now, you're probably done. We'll have to see what storms off to the west do. As it's possible we could have more storms later tonight that could require at least additional statements, if not warnings. I will say, well, these storms kind of moving through, kind of worked over the environment a little bit, and I do think better severe threat maybe further to the north later tonight than Coldwater. But to answer your question, no, this shouldn't jump back at you, come back west. That's not expected. So no, you're good at least for right now, Blake. No more severe weather threat for the short term. And this storm is actually starting to move out of the severe thunderstorm warning. I do think National Weather Service and Grand Rapids will be dropping that here soon. We are still watching this cell that has kind of flared up over the last few minutes, kind of near the triple point of where Kalamazoo, Barry, and Allegan counties meet, east of the Plainwell area, northwest of Richmond. Kind of watch this cell kind of flare up over the last little bit. Kind of where the outflow, kind of where what appears to be outflow from earlier storms interact. Kind of fire up the storm. We'll have to watch that in the short term as well. Nothing imminently severe with that one, but we'll be watching it for the next little bit, just in case as well. Let me say this. With things, I think, starting to calm down, at least for the short term. Just a second to get my video link going. Just 1 second. have a couple things I want to show you. Actually, before I do that, while I get this loaded in. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to kind of take a look at this storm. We're going to have to kind of watch this one near Richland. We're already starting to get some elevated reflectivity values. This could eventually maybe produce some hail and gusty winds near the Prairieville area in the southwestern Berry County. We'll be watching this for the short term. But what I was going to show you, if I hide radar and hide the warnings just for a second, first we'll go over what's going on for the rest of tonight, and then over tomorrow's details. I do have a couple graphics I want to show you guys, but first off, tonight we do remain under a slight risk of severe weather for the majority of West Michigan, especially along and west of US 127. This yellow shading here is your slight risk of severe weather. It's possible some adjustments may take place, especially across our areas near the state line where those storms may work through. We'll see what the Storm Prediction Center does with their next update, which should come out around like 9 o'clock, I think, 9 p.m. So next update. Nonetheless, as of right now, a slight level 2 out of 5 risk in this yellow shading. And the green shading here, which is mainly eastern portions of Eaton, Jackson, and Hillsdale counties, that is a marginal risk or level 1 of 5 risk of severe weather. And that is where severe threat, while non-zero, will be a little less of a concern, mainly due to timing. Taking a look at the tornado threat, there's a non-zero, this is a very low threat, I think, but a non-zero tornado risk in this dark green shading. That is a 2% probability, or technically a 2 to 4% probability of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. The greater tornado threat is to the west across ports of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. Taking a look at wind, we still have a 15 to 29% potential for damaging winds. That is severe wind. That is a wind that's over 58 miles per hour. And this yellow shading, and to the east, and this darker brown shading, that is a 5 to technically 14% probability of a damaging wind gust. Going to hail probability, similar story. And this yellow shading is a 15% probability, and this brown shading is a 5% probability. Let me go ahead and get my video link pulled up. Scene here. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to take this full screen, and this is for tomorrow's risk. It's not only overnight tonight, we do have a threat for severe weather tomorrow as well. And this is this severe threat's also increasing for the day tomorrow as well, Tuesday. This is again going to be a similar situation to today. It's going to be in the late afternoon, especially evening, and into the overnight. It's where we're having this potential for severe weather. Potential hazards with this is widespread damaging wind gusts. That's our primary concern, up to 60 miles per hour. We cannot rule out some isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour. That is hurricane force wind gusts. We cannot rule out an isolated instance or two of those tomorrow night. Scattered large hail up to of 1 to 2 inches. An isolated very large hailstone up to baseball size cannot be ruled out. And similar to today, right now it's a lower threat, but we cannot rule out the potential for isolated tornadoes as well. We're not expecting long track violent tornadoes or anything like that tomorrow. This appears to be more of a spin up tornado threat kind of deal. And we'll be watching the isolated tornadoes nonetheless as well. In addition to the severe weather, I was kind of mentioning this a little bit earlier, the heavy rainfall potential. That is a concern for tomorrow as well. And you can see here, this is going to be for the same time frame, mainly an evening threat into the overnight hours and into Wednesday morning as well. This is for all the lower Michigan. The most likely zone in this yellow shading has a slight risk of excessive rainfall being shown here. That's going to be between I-94 and US 10 is where the greatest potential for excessive rainfall causing flooding issues is going to be. So areas like Grand Rapids, Lansing, up towards Muskegon, Stanton, Ithaca, up towards Mount Pleasant. Some areas I'm calling out here, you're in a little bit better threat for flooding rainfalls tomorrow evening, tomorrow night, and into Wednesday morning. Potential hazards of this is torrential rainfall, total rainfall amounts of 2 to 3 inches. Flooding and flash flooding is a concern. We cannot rule out some isolated significant flash flooding. And unfortunately, we were just starting to get the rivers down. Unfortunately, we're going to have another round of we're going to continue with river and stream flooding. And there are some river flood warnings, I believe, already in effect, especially in northern Michigan, but even into Newaygo County, I believe, as well, along the Muskegon River. We'll also be watching along the Grand River Basin as well for continued river flooding issues, unfortunately. So, all right, just a second here. Read our feed back up. Go back to that scene. So going back to the Doppler radar, go ahead and further to the south. All right, we're gonna have to be watching this storm near the Plainwell and Prairieville area. I'm starting to think we're starting to get some elevated reflectivity values near the Prairieville area. I actually want to go take a look at hail tracker. Give me just 1 second. All right, we're starting to see elevated hail signal near the Prairieville area, east of Plainwell. This is going to be in the southwestern Berry County. If this continues to strengthen, I would not be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning come up for portions of Berry County. This is primarily a hail concern right now. Let me take a look at velocity. I'm not seeing a big damaging wind indication, but still some gusty winds potentially of this storm as well near the Prairieville area. And also maybe some signs of gustier winds near the Martin area in the southeastern Allegheny County as well. So this is something we're going to have to be watching in the short terms, this cell right here. Yeah. Actually, I do want to do a slice of this storm, and I'm going to hide my camera just for a second. As you can see, this is a relatively tall storm. That's going over the radar beam, so that's at least 25, 30,000 feet being indicated. You can also see how it's being lofted up fairly high. This is an indication that this is a relatively strong updraft. Could be lofted to heavy rainfall and potential hail fairly far up. And I'm going to close that out. We'll go to echo tops actually. Find that. Yeah, this radar is indicating this to be over 40,000 feet. That's a relatively strong storm. Could be producing some potential for small to large, maybe some large hail and some gustier winds as well, in addition to frequent cloud-to-ground lightning and heavy rainfall. This is moving, looks like east, maybe a touch northeast, primarily east though. So I would not be surprised to see at least a special weather statement come down for this soon, if not a severe thunderstorm warning. So for areas like Prairieville, you need to be indoors right now. We're seeing a lot of lightning at the very least. All the potential for some hail and gusty winds and heavy downpours. This is going to be a heads up for areas like the Asira area towards Nashville as well. We'll have to watch Hastings as well. I think the strongest part of this storm is going to stay south of Hastings, but just a cell we are watching in the short term. And at least for the moment, we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. The warning that was in effect for Calhoun County has dropped off. We only have a special weather statement in effect for southwestern Jackson County. This is for the potential 40 mile per hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail. But I'm going to stay with you guys here for a few minutes at the very least. See what the storm in Berry County decides to do, because I don't want to hop off stream and I have to come right back here 5 seconds later when we get a severe thunderstorm warning for Berry County. So I just want to watch what this storm does in the short term. See if it necessitates a severe thunderstorm warning, or at the very least, special weather statement. I'm just wanting to see what the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids decides to do with this storm. But at the very least, definitely some heavy rainfall near the Prairieville area, south of Orangeville. Orangeville, you're still likely seeing some hearing the thunder, seeing the lightning. You'll want to be inside. Over towards Martin as well. There's some Detroit. Okay, so we're just going to stick around just for a few more minutes, see what the Weather Service decides to do with this storm before I decide whether to get off the stream or not. Taking a look at Hail Tracker again, just 1 second. We continue to see an increasing signal for hail of this storm near the Prairieville area. Once you get into the purple colors near the Doster area, that is when we start to get a little bit more concerned for larger hail, or hail in general, is when we start seeing these purple colors start to show up on the hail tracker. So if you're near the Prairieville area, near the Cressy area, Delton, Hickory Corners, Woodlawn Beach, eventually towards the Cedar Creek, Dowling, Vickery Landing, and Banfield communities, you may want to get inside, because we're starting to see some decent indications of hail of this storm. So we're gonna go back to reflectivity, and once you start getting into the purples and pinks, especially on the reflectivity product, that's some higher values there on the reflectivity. So this is definitely a storm we're going to have to watch here for the short term. We'll see if the Weather Service decides to issue anything. They have not yet. Just with that signature, I'm just going to stick around for a few more minutes, just in case. There we go. There's our severe thunderstorm warning for Berry County. So it's kind of why I wanted to stick around here, is I didn't feel comfortable going off air until we knew what was going on with this storm. And they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning now for Berry County. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And this warning is going to go until 8:15 this evening. So if you're just joining us here, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now for Berry County until 8:15 this evening. Okay, so reading off the warning text here from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Berry County in southwest Michigan until 8:15 p.m. this evening. At 7:19 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles east of Martin, or 12 miles southwest of Hastings, moving northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Hazard with this is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Source is radar indicated. An impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expected wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include the Hastings area, Middleville, Nashville, Freeport, Orangeville, the Irving area, Woodland, Delton, Banfield, Gun Lake, Yankee Springs, Prairieville, Hickory Corners, Dowling, Woodbury, Pine Lake, and Cloverdale. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building if you are in this warning area. Okay. Alright. So again, the strongest part of this storm is moving right over the Prairieville area. That's where we're seeing the greatest potential for, at the very least, torrential rainfall, if not the potential for some larger hail, up to quarter size in diameter. and also the potential for damaging winds. I do want to take a look at velocity really quickly, and I am seeing a signal for some gustier winds. Near the Prairieville and Orangeville areas is where I'm seeing it, when you see these a little bit of a brighter green. That is your signal for gustier winds, up to 60 miles per hour. Again, I'm indicating 30 to 40 mile an hour winds at about 1.5, about 1,500 feet from the Grand Rapids radar. That is up in Kent County. We just got a new scan here. Still about 30 to 40 miles an hour or so, but that is a little bit higher up. That's not necessarily representative of what's at the surface. So again, potential for 60 mile per hour winds. It's going to be near the Prairieville and Orangeville areas towards Circle Pine Center. Near South Norris Road, especially in Keller Road. Pine Lake Road is where I'm seeing this gustier wind signal. And taking a look at debris tracker. We're not looking for debris in this case. We're looking for potential of hail. Oops, wrong. There we go. See how it's a little bit different in there in the Prairieville area? It's a little bit more noisy. Colors are a little bit different. You're starting to see yellows and maybe a little bit of greens in there. That is a sign of gustier. That is a sign of hail, excuse me. That's where the objects are a little bit different than all this reddish color you're seeing. That's all rain. Where it's a little bit different here, that's your signal for some hail in the storm. So we'll go back to reflectivity. That matches up with what we're seeing on reflectivity. These purples, pinks, even towards the white colors there near the Prairieville area is where we're seeing our signal for a potential large hail. And again, this storm is moving off to the northeast, so we'll do a storm track on it. Take it off to the northeast, and that's going to take it around 25 miles an hour or so. That's going to take it towards the Prairieville. It's right over your head right now. Hastings Airport in the next half an hour, 31 minutes or so. Same with downtown Hastings, the next 32 minutes. Eventually towards the Carlton area in the next 45 minutes, and Woodland in the next 53 minutes, assuming a storm motion to the northeast at around 25 miles per hour. And, okay. So, latest scan, as that continues to come in. Continues. So again, our signal, oops, didn't mean to do that. Let me just tracker for the moment. Okay, so our signal for large hail is near and north of Prairieville is where I'm seeing the best signal for large hail. I'm going to throw our hail tracker back up and light the signal for large hail there near the Orangeville, Prairieville areas up towards Circle Pine Center. We're seeing that signal as well. Looks like we got a new special weather statement. I'll go over that in just a moment. For eastern portions of Jackson County, they're going with a special weather statement for winds up to 50 miles per hour. For those of you in eastern Jackson County, for that more detail in just a moment. But again, on hail tracker, you see all these purples here? That's large hail likely. That is a signal of larger hail there near the southwestern Berry County. Take a look at correlation coefficient. It's known as debris tracker, and we're not using it for debris in this case. We're still seeing this kind of noisy signal where it's kind of not uniform. That's a sign in this case of there being hail in the thunderstorm. We'll go back to reflectivity. And again, our best signal for large hail is going to be just near and just north of Prairieville. Right along, especially near and north of Pine Lake Road or Delton Road. On South Norris Road is where we're seeing this signal. South of Keller Road, although that will be moving overhead. over the next few minutes. Newest scan coming in, yeah. Quite intense reflectivity values. We're getting into the whites here. So definitely some larger hail being potentially indicated with this storm. And it is continuing to lift off to the northeast. So heads up for those of you in Hastings, Irving, Middleville, eventually Freeport, Woodland, Carlton. If you have a few minutes to get your car into a garage or there's some kind of shelter, you might want to do that. Or at the very least, go cover up your vehicle, as we're seeing some indications of large hail in this storm. That could kind of cause some damage to those vehicles, like it could start putting dents in the vehicles, or maybe putting damaging your windows or windshields or stuff like that. So you got a few minutes to cover the vehicle, just with the indications I'm seeing here. Could be some larger hail in this storm. So again, you're in this, and then you also want to be inside for gusty to damaging wind potential up to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to take a look at velocity, and we are still seeing that elevated velocity signal near the Circle Pine Center area. It's going to lift it towards moving off to the north and northeast. So it's going to take it towards the Yankee Spring Recreation area and Barry State Game area, also towards Schultz and Podunk, eventually towards Middleville, the Irving or Ivering area, and the Hastings Airport. There's also the Heath Road Preserve and Edgar Waterfowl Production area is where we're watching as well for the potential over the next several minutes of the potential for gusty to damaging winds. That's where we're watching. This a little bit of a brighter green zone is where we're watching for that. I'll zoom in and try and get some roads. Keller Road, Otis Lake Road, Norris Road, north of Keller Road especially is where I'm seeing the best signal for gusty to damaging winds. I'm starting to show 40 to 50 mile an hour winds being indicated on velocity. It's about 1,000 to 1,500 feet up. So we'll go back to reflectivity, and wow, just that reflectivity signal. That's one of the more intense ones I've seen today. So maybe tone down just a touch. We also have to be careful when it tones down like that, because that's the storm. That's the hail coming down from the upper levels of the storm. That could also result with time with some gusty to damaging winds as well. So we'll have to be watching that as well as this storm moves off to the northeast. Now let's take a look behind the scenes. It's a little delayed. I'm not seeing many power outage indications, but that might change over the next little bit if that gustier wind potential is realized. I will say in Jackson County, I know we haven't mentioned about you much lately. I'm going to go to the other radar just to check that out. This is mainly gustier wind potential. I'm going to take a look at velocity there. Just kind of a mess of rain and gusty winds and lightning through the Jackson area into Vandercook Lake and eventually towards the Leone, Napoleon, and Brooklyn areas. You'll likely see the winds pick up. I am showing some isolated outages in Jackson County and into eastern Calhoun County. So these winds might be doing a little better job of making it to the surface at around 40 to 50 miles per hour. The primary concern at this point is with this storm in Barry County. We're still seeing indication for gustier winds towards the Barry State Game area. Again, a little reflectivity. Just take a look at some things behind the scenes. If I go silent for a moment, guys, I'm still here. Just looking at stuff behind the scenes. Still don't have any reports from the storm. But if you do have storm reports, like if you have a report of hail or damaging winds or wind damage or anything like that, feel free to let us know. You can do so in chat. Again, I am watching chat this evening. And you can also tag us on our social media on Twitter or Facebook. We're on most of the platforms there. And we are also We also have a website. If you go to www.westmichiganweather.net, you'll find a link there to where you can submit storm reports as well to us. That would be greatly appreciated. Help us out. Let us know what exactly is going on down at the ground. Because I could show you radar and show you what's going on with that all day. But it's the ground truth that really helps us out here. So taking a look, continuing with radar, as I say that, we're still showing our elevated signal for reflectivity. Now east of the Circle Pine Center area, still towards the Barry, just southeast of the Barry State Game area. We're moving towards the Podunk. And really the west side of Hastings I'm the most concerned about at the moment with this particular storm. For larger hail. How's Norman me? Okay. So, yeah, our primary concern with this continues to be large hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Taking a look again at our Echo Tops product. We're still over 40,000 feet per radar. Unfortunately, as you get closer to the radar, that actually kind of reduces the accuracy of it just a little bit. But still over 40,000 feet being indicated per Doppler radar estimates. What I can try and do, give me just 1 second, I'll do another storm slice. I realize I did not turn my camera on. Yeah, there we go. I'll do another storm slice. And again, that is quite intense, folks. We got hail being lofted at least to 15 to 20,000 feet. That is a sign of a quite intense updraft. Again, it gets to a certain point where the storm's above the radar scan as well. That's what this is up here. But still, this is a quite intense storm. When the hail gets lofted that high up, eventually it's got to come down. And when that happens, that is when we need to watch for some gustier wind potential as well. But still, the potential for large hail will be moving into especially the west side of Hastings. I feel like has the highest danger, at least on current radar trends, but even downtown and east side of Hastings. If you're in Hastings proper, you definitely want to be inside right now, preferably away from those windows on the lowest floor. Just with the indications, I'm definitely a little bit more concerned about large hail over the last few minutes. I don't have any reports still of that, but something we are watching. We're going to take a look at hail tracker. I'm going to pull that up once again. We're still showing our signal for elevated signal, I should say, for large hail. Right there near the Circle Pine Center area, near Podunk and Schultz. That's right on track to head towards the Hastings area. I'm going to do a storm track. Let me go back to reflectivity though. Just the most up-to-date image. Let me check what that is. Okay, I do want to pass along really quickly. If you're in Branch and Hillsdale County, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch. So technically, there is no active severe thunderstorm watches anymore in our area. We just have this one severe thunderstorm warning for Barry County that continues for the next 40 minutes or so until 8:15 this evening. And now I just want to do another. But if you are in Branch and Hillsdale counties, they have dropped the severe thunderstorm watch. It's been canceled a little bit earlier than the what was it? 10 p.m. expiration. That's what I figured would happen. They have canceled that a little bit earlier. And now I'm just going to do another storm track. Track this off to the northeast. Still around 25 to 30 miles per hour. That's going to take it. Podunk in the next 9 minutes, but the storm's moving in as I speak to you here. Let me redraw that. We got a new scan coming in here, so let me go ahead and redraw that track for you. Since we got a little bit newer scan coming in. And so that's going to take it. Podunk, it's moving in right as I speak to you. The Hastings Airport in the next 12 minutes or so. Hastings, I'll also say the next 5 to 10 minutes. And eventually the Welcome Corner area in the next 20 minutes. Carlton in the next 26 minutes. Some more locations include Lake Odessa in the next 42 minutes. Clarksville in the next 43 minutes. The West Sebawa area in the next 56 minutes. And also Berlin Corner and Tremaine Corners in the next hour or so. We'll see if this storm holds together in the southern portions of Ionia County. If it does, severe thunderstorm warnings may be required there as well. If this storm does hold together. Yeah, we're continuing to watch this thunderstorm capable of large hail up to quarter size in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm not seeing any confirmed reports of that. At the moment, I am looking at behind the scenes sources for that. Okay. Behind the scenes. Alright, let's go to velocity on this storm. I'm still showing our signal for gustier winds near the Barry State Game area, especially. We're still showing, I don't think necessarily it's damaging wind level yet, but still 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts at least near the south of the Irving area, near the Barry State Game area again. Now I'll be particularly moving towards the Irving or Ivering area. I apologize if I am mispronouncing that, but that's going to be moving to the northeast, eventually towards the Freeport area as well. The Middleville State Game area, the Parmalee area, Freeport, and eventually maybe into portions of southeastern Kent and southwestern Ionia County. So areas like Clarksville, Harris Creek, Alto, areas like that we'll be watching in the short term as well. Again, I'm not really concerned about a tornado threat with this. This is primarily straight line wind, but wind is wind. It can still cause damage, no matter if it's rotating or of a straight line variety. And newest scans just came in showing a little bit higher now, so I'm starting to see maybe a 50-mile-an-hour pixel there. So a little bit higher now. Kind of over the Heath Road Preserve area. If you're familiar with that area, just west of the Hastings Airport is where I'm seeing this. Let's go back to reflectivity. We're still showing, I will say it's come down maybe just a touch. We're still showing some large hail indications, at least on reflectivity, towards the Podunk area, the Schultz area. That's lifting off to the north and east, which will be taking it especially towards the west side of Hastings, towards the airport area. It's where I think the highest reflectivity is going based on current trends. But if you're still anywhere in the Hastings area, you need to be inside right now. Same goes for the Carlton, Freeport, and Woodland areas over the next little bit as well. We'll put up the hail tracker again. Just give me 1 second. We're still showing an elevated large hail signal near the heading into the Hastings area. We'll have to monitor storm reports. In fact, let me pull up an additional source behind the scenes really quickly. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Still not seeing any reports just yet. But that's something I'll be interested to see over the next little bit as well. Also taking a look behind the scenes. Still not seeing a whole lot there either, which is good news. That might change, but not seeing much there either looking behind the scenes, which is, of course, good news. Alright, let's go back to reflectivity. This is yet our only severe thunderstorm warning in effect in the West Michigan weather coverage area. And this is for Barry County, It continues for the next half hour or so. Excuse me, until 8:15 p.m., primarily for the potential quarter-size hail and damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We are still watching this complex of storms moving through eastern Jackson County. I haven't really mentioned it much. We don't have severe warnings. There is a special weather statement still in effect for eastern portions of Jackson County for winds up to 50 miles per hour. I am on our shorter range airport radar in southwest Wayne County. We're going to take a look at velocity there, and I am seeing indications of 40 to 50 miles an hour wind gusts potentially through the Leone, Napoleon, Brooklyn areas, and upstream indications from National Weather Service Detroit. They're going 40 to 50 as well in the special weather statements. So that's the general theme I'm seeing with these storms. It's just kind of a unorganized sort of mess and thunder, lightning, heavy rainfall, and gusty winds as that continues to move off to the east. But our particular focus right now is that's starting to leave Jackson County over the next few minutes anyway. Our primary focus continues to be this storm near the Hastings area, which I'm seeing behind the scenes. Give me just one moment. I can see some good structure in this storm as well. I'm looking behind the scenes on our Discord server. We're seeing some of those as well. Good structure of this storm as well. It's still a relatively tall thunderstorm. I'll take a look at echo tops again. We're still over 40,000 feet with this storm over the Hastings area. So this is a relatively strong thunderstorm. Tall updrafts. That's a sign of a relatively strong thunderstorm. So greatest hail potential, just based on reflectivity, is moving especially into the west side of Hastings as I speak to you here. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. They are going to continue it. If you're in southwestern Barry County, so areas like Prairieville, Orangeville, Delton area, Cedar Creek, Dowling, Vickerly Landing, Banfield, if you're in any of these areas I just called out, you are all clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. You'll definitely want to remain inside at least for a few more minutes just for any lightning that might still be in the area just with the storm nearby, but the severe weather threat from this particular storm is over. That leaves roughly the north central portion of Barry County in our severe thunderstorm warning that continues for the next half hour until 8:15. I'll go ahead and read off this update from the National Weather Service as I load that up. And severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 for northern Barry County. At 7:44 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the Hastings area, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Hazard continues to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source is radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with the storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Like I've been mentioning, it doesn't take much time for there to be flooding as a result of these heavy downpours, especially with these storms that might move a little bit slower. What was the storm motion on this? Still 25 miles per hour. It's not like it's not moving, but it's also not moving all that fast either. It's just this one isolated storm that's really severe at this point. Mainly, I think more large hail, although gusty winds certainly are possible as well. It looks like we got a new scan coming around here momentarily, so we'll see where that takes the hail core as that comes around here. It's taking it especially into the west side of Hastings towards the Spectrum Health Hospital there, and towards there's the Walmart Supercenter, the Holiday Inn Express right on M37 near Green Street and Heath Road. 43 there. That's Highway 43 near where M43 and M37 meet there. Is where we're seeing this large hail potential. At least on reflectivity. We'll take a look at velocity, see what that's looking like. Still some potential for gustier winds. Northwest of the higher precipitations where I'm seeing this potential for gustier winds. Still near State Road, north of M37. Wood School Road, where I'm seeing some gustier winds near the Middleville State Game area. But the hail, which is a more immediate concern, is moving into Hastings as I speak to you here, particularly the west side of Hastings is where I'm seeing the greatest indication for potential hail up to quarter size in diameter. I'm going to throw the hail tracker back up again, and we're still showing that large hail signal. It is a little bit delayed compared to reflectivity, but we're still seeing our elevated values. Go back to reflectivity again. There's our elevated values, indicating the best potential for hail. Moving into Hastings as I speak to you here. So if you're in Hastings, you need to be indoors right now. And I'm going to go ahead. Let me take this behind the scenes. We do have a view coming in. This is actually going to be from a few minutes ago from West Michigan Weather East headquarters in Berry County. Give me just a second to get that pulled up here. And just 1 second. This is from West Michigan Weather East headquarters there in Berry County, and this is the view of this storm from the south to looking southwest from West Michigan Weather East headquarters. Yeah, that's just a little bit of ground truth of what the storm's looking like. At least I still don't have any storm yet as I go back to main scene. So again, very strong storm moving into the Hastings area, likely producing large hail potentially in the Hastings area. If anyone in the Hastings area is watching and you have anything to pass along to us, if you do so safely, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, you can let us know in chat. You can let us know, tag us on our social media. You could also go to www.westmichiganweather.net, and we got a place there to where you could submit those storm reports to us as well. Again, I can show you radar all day, but the ground truth is what really helps us out, along with our friends at the National Weather Service. But again, just based on radar, the hail's probably starting to pick up in Hastings as I speak to you here. So you want to be indoors in that sturdy structure, preferably away from those windows would be your best bet. Just ride the storm out safely. We need a look at velocity. I will say I'm not overly concerned about damaging winds, but again, we're still showing some potential for gustier winds. Taking a look at correlation coefficient, it says debris tracker. We're not using it for debris in this case, but we see over the Hastings area where it's not really all red. All this reddish color kind of is uniform values, in this case rain. Where it's getting a little bit more noisy over the Hastings area as a new scan comes around, that is likely hail being indicated on radar over the Hastings area as I continue to speak to you here. We'll go back to reflectivity, and that matches up with our higher reflectivity values, which is right over downtown Hastings as I speak to you. That is where we're likely seeing hail potentially up to quarter size in diameter. And that will be moving towards the Carlton area over the next few minutes. Woodland as well. You're in the path of this. And then eventually Welcome Corner, Carlton, Freeport. I think the strongest part of this storm may stay to your south and east, but you actually see the outflow boundary coming out ahead of the storm a little bit. So that you might see the winds start to pick up a little bit before the rainfall. And besides the hail threat, the gusty winds, very frequent lightning with this storm, and heavy torrential downpours, which again could cause some localized flooding issues with the saturated grounds overhead across our area. I'm going to go ahead and give me just a minute to get my bearings straight on track. We're going to do another storm track on this, carry it off to the northeast. The strongest part of this storm, at around 25 miles per hour, it's going to take it towards the Carlton area in the next 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. It says 13 minutes, but you don't want to wait. You want to be inside right now. And Lake Odessa, you are not officially in a severe thunderstorm warning, but if the storm does hold its strength, warnings may eventually be required for portions of at least southern Ionia and maybe northwestern Eaton counties as well, as this storm continues to move off to the northeast. But it'll be over the Lake Odessa area, assuming it holds its strength and current track in the next half an hour or so. Woodland, I would go with Carlton. You should be there in the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. They have updated our severe thunderstorm warning. They are increasing the hail size on this from quarter size to 1.5 inches in diameter. That is ping pong ball size for reference. So getting a little bit hot up there with the hail size as well. The source on this is we do have a report from emergency management. This was at 7:51 p.m. Quarter size hail was being reported in the city of Hastings per emergency management. Again, the ping pong ball size hail now potentially with this storm. So impacts, they have increased the wording on this a little bit. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, and it is rather important you stay away from those windows right now. Just with the storms moving overhead. So again, if you're in the Carlton, Woodland areas, especially Welcome Corner, Coates Grove, northeast side of Hastings is seeing the thick of the storm right now. Again, we have observed hail up to quarter size in diameter being reported per emergency management as this storm continues to move off to the northeast. So if you're in the Carlton, Coates Grove, Woodland, Woodbury areas, you need to be taking shelter right now in that sturdy building, preferably on the lowest floor, and you'll definitely want to stay away from those windows as well. If you happen to be caught in a vehicle, the best thing I can tell you is if there's any bridges or overpass, don't park under any bridges or overpasses or anything like that. Don't park under them. If you're caught out in the storm driving, the best thing I can tell you to do is find some sort of shelter like a gas station awning or something like that. And it looks like we got a storm report coming in now of $50 size hail actually in the city of Hastings. This is at 7:50 p.m. 6 minutes ago. Reports a quarter to $50 size hail from law enforcement and media. So we have confirmed reports of large hail in the Hastings area with this storm. That is moving towards the northeast. So this is a heads up for Carlton, Woodland, Woodbury, Coates Grove, and eventually southern Ionia County and northwestern Eaton County, so areas like Lake Odessa, Sunfield, over towards Campbell Corners, maybe Clarksville as well. We have reports of large hail being observed with this storm. So again, and we can see that in our reflectivity values. I can show you hail tracker. And again, we're still seeing the signals for large hail. Again, maybe it's come down just a touch, but again, we have it being observed down in the city of Hastings. So I need you to take this storm seriously. Definitely get indoors. into that sturdy structure, preferably away from those windows right now. Let the storm pass on by. As it continues to lift off to the east and northeast. So maybe it's taking a touch of an easterly turn. Still overall moving to the northeast. I haven't mentioned it too much. This complex of storms across eastern Jackson County that was producing those gustier winds. Those gustier winds have likely moved east of the county now and is now into Washtenaw County in southeast lower Michigan. So again, not too much of a concern there. That is heading out of our area. Our primary concern at this point continues to be this storm. In Berry County that's had a history of producing large hail in the city of Hastings and is moving off to the northeast. I do think if this storm does hold together, warnings may eventually be required for portions of Ionia and Eaton counties. Taking a look at velocity, taking a look at our gusty wind potential. I'm still not overly concerned. I'm not overly concerned with damaging winds just based on this look. I think this is more of a hail threat, if you were to ask me, but still being tagged for winds up to 60 miles an hour. So definitely some gusty wind potential still in this storm. Okay. All right, we'll go back to reflectivity though. I will say this. We're still seeing elevated reflectivity values, but it is starting to get maybe a little bit more messy and maybe coming down just a touch. That could be a good and bad thing. That could mean that the hail potential may be starting to lower a touch. Doesn't mean it can't ramp back up. But that could also mean gustier winds may make it down to the surface as the hail comes down from the higher levels in the storm. We are seeing, at least on velocity, a little bit of a signal of gustier wind near the Carlton area over towards Coates Grove, right along M43 there. Towards the Woodland area, we're seeing a little bit of a signal of gustier wind. Nothing outrageous, I don't think, at this point, but something we are watching. We'll go back to reflectivity. And we'll go back to Hail Tracker again. Then I want to take a look at Echo Tops as well. Hail Tracker, I will say, has come down a little bit as well. Still showing some signals for potential large hail near the Coates Grove area, east side of Hastings, over towards the Woodland area. And a secondary area of hail being indicated on the northwest side of Hastings towards the Welcome Corner community. And I do want to take a look at our Echo Tops too. And that has even come down just a touch. Still around or just below 40,000 feet. That has come down just a touch. So, maybe starting to turn the corner of the storm. I don't want to call it yet. It can ramp back up with time. But some trend I am starting to notice on the radar. Further off to the west, I am starting to see storms form over Lake Michigan. These had that elevated look to it. Could be hail producers with time, maybe gusty winds as well. It's something we are continuing to watch. We got a new scan coming around on radar, so we'll see what that looks like in terms of our hail potential of this storm as that comes around over the next several seconds. Let's say this, we are seeing a little bit less of a signal. Still some elevated reflectivity values, don't get me wrong. Towards the Carlton and Woodland areas, Coates Grove, I will say has come down just a touch. All right, take a look at velocity. still not seeing anything too epic in terms of wind, but still some gusty wind potential as well. Our main potential I think we are focusing on in the short term continues to be large hail, and even that might be starting to trend down just a little bit. I'll go to debris tracker. We're not going to use it for debris though, it's going to be hail. We are still seeing some signal of hail near the woodland area. I'm kind of circling it with my mouse. You can see where it's a little bit more noisy. They are putting out a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ionia, Eaton, and southeastern Kent counties. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is for northwestern Eaton, most of Ionia County, especially central and southern portions of the county, and the far southeastern corner of Kent County. This goes until 9 o'clock tonight. So, alright, so I'm going to pull up the warning text on this new severe thunderstorm warning. And at 8:01 p.m. Alright, from the beginning, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Kent County, Ionia County, and northwestern Eaton County in south central Michigan. This goes again until 9 o'clock tonight. And this is at 8:01 p.m. A severe thunderstorm is located near the Freeport area, or 6 miles north of the Hastings area, moving northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source is radar indicated. Impact, which has come down from the ping pong ball size that was warned for earlier in Berry County. There's a little bit of good news. We're coming down the hail size a little bit. Still severe level hail, so still something to be aware of. Source on this is radar indicated. Impact is hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include including the Ionia area, Portland, Belding, Lake Odessa, Saranac, Sebawa, Lyons, Sunfield, and Clarksville. If you're in or near any of the locations I just called out, for your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. As this storm continues to lift off to the northeast, they are also updating the severe thunderstorm warning for Berry County, also taking that down to quarter size in diameter for hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And Hastings, north side of Hastings, you're still technically in the warning, but downtown Hastings and Point South, you have been taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning as the storm continues to lift off to the northeast. So again, they're calling out near the Freeport area, just trying to base it for storm track. As it continues to lift off to the northeast, around 20 to 25 miles per hour, that's going to take it into, let me zoom in a little bit, towards the Ionia County Airport area, assuming the storm motion in the next 45 to 50 minutes or so. Ionia, downtown Ionia proper, the next 55 minutes to the next hour or so. And Lyons area, and over the next hour or so as well. Same goes for the Powamo and Orleans area if the storm does hold together. I'll do another storm track just with the secondary core near the Woodland area. Same track off to the northeast, and that's going to put it towards the Woodland area. It's moving in as I talk to you here. Yeah, the southeast side of Ionia, especially in the next 45 minutes or so. Same goes for Portland. Portland might be more a half hour or so. And Lyons in the next hour or so, Mirror in the next hour, and Powamo as well in the next hour or so. That is assuming, further out you are, that is assuming these storms do hold together. I'm going to take a look at velocity, and I will say the better potential for gustier winds is going to be east of Woodland area now, towards Lake Odessa, moving off to the northeast, so areas like Sunfield, over towards Portland as well. I'm not seeing too concerning of indications. I'm not even really seeing much in the way of power outages across Berry County, which is good news. Hopefully that means these winds are not necessarily reaching the surface, but it is warned for the potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And if that's going to happen, this best potential for that, it's going to be near the woodland and woodberry areas. Other than that, our primary potential, I think with this storm, it's more of a hail threat right now. And we're going to take a look at Hail Tracker again. Just 1 second. We're not seeing, I will say, it has come down a little bit. Near the woodland area, we're still seeing some signals for hail. Same with the Freeport area. Freeport signal is actually a tiny bit stronger, at least on this scan, than the woodland signal. But nonetheless, there's still warning for the potential of quarter-size hail, so we're going to treat it like the potential is there. You need to be heading indoors, especially in southern portions of Ionia County, as this storm continues to move off to the northeast and into the area over the next little while. Again, this storm has had a history of producing large hail up to half-dollar size in diameter. That is 1.25 inches in diameter for exact measurement. In the city of Hastings with this storm. So this storm has had a history of producing larger hail. And that is still a possibility as it moves out of Berry County and into portions of far northwestern Eaton and southern Ionia counties. I will say, if you are in Kent County, you are technically in the severe thunderstorm warning, but I do think the strongest portion of this storm is tracking to the east of there now. Probably some gustier winds with the outflow, but the strongest part of this storm is likely to the east of Kent County now. This is more of a northeastern Berry and a southern Ionia and northwestern Eaton County issue at this point. We're going to take a look at a different product, a debris tracker. We're not using it for debris though in this case. It is mainly for hail. And we are still showing this kind of noisy, see how it's not really uniform near the woodland area? That's your hail potential being indicated with this product. And that's going a little further east. Okay. And we'll check this out near Freeport as well. The same product. Not quite as obvious as the woodland one, but still maybe a little bit of hail being indicated in there as well, as these storms continue to move off to the northeast. And these are our only active severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Is for Berry, Eaton, Ionia, and technically southeastern Kent counties. This new warning goes until 9 o'clock. The Berry County one does expire in the next 5 minutes or so. And the storm will be moving out of Berry County in the next 5 minutes or so. So, I mean, they might extend it for a small portion of Berry County, but it is starting to move into portions of mainly Ionia County and in northwestern Eaton County. We are seeing some elevated reflectivity values again near the woodland area towards Lake Odessa, where we're seeing some indications of higher reflectivity values. That is what we look for when we look for potential large hail. And we're seeing that towards the woodland area, towards Woodbury, towards Jordan Lake. Actually, newest scan takes it more towards Woodbury. We are seeing a secondary area of higher reflectivities near the Campbell Corners area, north of Carlton. West of the Lake Odessa area. Lake Odessa, you're kind of actually being split by it. Still some heavier downpours, still like maybe some gustier winds. Better hail potential, maybe scooching just to the east and west of Lake Odessa, but still be inside just in case, especially with the heavy rainfall and frequent cloud to ground lightning. These storms are quite the lightning producers as well. Taking a look, besides reflectivity, we'll take a look at velocity. Still not a screaming damaging wind signal, but some potential for gustier winds near the Lake Odessa area, especially towards Sunfield, right along M66 there, south of the West Sebawa area. That'll be moving as it continues to move off to the northeast. That might go into the Portland area over the next several minutes as well. Maybe a little bit of, it could be a weak rotation signature. I think it's more likely gusty wind though. We can actually pop up our rotation tracker. I'm a little bit curious on that. Just a second to get that loaded up. Maybe a little bit of rotation in there as well. It's not a, doesn't really scream tornado to me. We're not really seeing that with this. Maybe a little bit of rotation in there. So, just something we are watching. A little bit of rotation potentially in there. Not really tornadic, I don't think, but just something we are watching as well. That's kind of on the leading edge towards the outflow boundary. Sometimes you get those little areas of spin that can do a little, some where you could see a little bit of gustier wind as well. Again, I'm not seeing too many indications. I have not received any reports of wind damage this evening, which is good news. Hopefully that trend does continue. Well, my main concern with this storm continues to be hail as of right now, as it continues to move off to the north and east. And our strongest hail core right now is moving right over the Woodbury area. Video behind the scenes. Alright, if you are in Kent County, you're still technically under this severe thunderstorm warning, but I will say the strongest part of this storm is east of the county, and I would expect Kent County to be trimmed from the severe thunderstorm warning in relatively short order. They're expiring the severe thunderstorm warning for north. This is going to be northeastern Berry County. They have expired the severe thunderstorm warning as the storm is moving out of the county. There's still some heavier downpours in the Woodland and Carlton areas. Still some lightning in areas, so you don't want to remain inside, but the strongest part of this storm is moving out of the county, and they have opted to drop the severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern portions of Berry County. That leaves Ionia and Eaton counties, and technically the southeastern portions of Kent County in this lone severe thunderstorm warning. This is the only warning in our coverage area that goes from the next 40 to 45 minutes or so until 9 o'clock tonight. Taking a look at a few other products, we'll go to velocity. And some potential for gustier winds still near the Lake Odessa area. Near the Lake Odessa area, we're seeing some potential for gustier winds. Now be moving off to the northeast, so that'll take it towards areas like Portland, eventually south side of Ionia as well. Lyons will be watching for that. Some gustier winds. Potentially, I'm not seeing. Take a look at the outage map. I'm still not seeing any major indications of outages for this storm really at all, which is good news. We want to see that trend continue. The main concern really with this storm to me is large hail for right now. As this continues to move off, maybe it's making a little bit of an easterly turn again. Still moving northeast, but maybe a little bit of an easterly turn. So Ionia, the worst of it may go to your east. We'll continue to monitor trends. Still remain inside as storm's still moving to the northeast, but could be making a little more of an easterly turn. Just with the last few frames on radar, that trend is being noted. Alright, we're going to throw out our hail tracker as well. Take a look at that product. We're still showing our elevated signal for large hail. Kind of pop back up a little bit near the woodland and sunfield areas where we're seeing our signal for large hail, and that will be moving to the northeast. So, especially areas like Portland. We get this newer scan here. It's kind of a growing signal near the West Cebuwa Quarters area. So the Portland area especially is my next area of main concern for large hail as the storm continues to move off to the northeast. And eventually the Lyons area as well, the Collins community. You're not in this warning, but the Pewamo, Westphalia areas, eventually towards Fowler as well. They just updated a severe thunderstorm warning. They have canceled Kent County from the severe thunderstorm warning. So, southeastern Kent County, you have been dropped from this warning, which was to be expected, as the storm really moved off to the east of the extreme southeastern portion of Kent County. So, Kent County, you are all clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. This is mainly a far northwestern corner of Eaton County, and really southern and central Ionia County issue right now. And if I had to choose a particular area in Ionia County, I would be paying attention in the southeastern portions of the county. So areas like West Cebuwa Corners, over towards Portland, I would be paying attention in particular as well, as that's where I'm continuing to see the best signals for larger hail potential. Take a look at velocity again. We'll also see maybe a little bit of an increasing signal for gusty winds near the West Cebuwa and Cebuwa Corners area. That's going to be moving into Portland, especially the west side of Portland in particular over the next few minutes. Eventually towards the Collins area, over towards Lyons as well, where I'm seeing a better potential for gusty to potentially damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, I have not seen too many indications of power outages in this area. Taking a look behind the scenes. Just a second. We're not seeing much in the way of outages, which is good news. We want that to continue to be the case. Take a look at scooters at Homeworks Tri County. I'm not seeing any outages really being reported, which is good news. We are hopeful that trend does continue. Alright, let's go back to reflectivity though. My main concern with this storm continues to be the potential for large hail. We are seeing a growing reflectivity signal again heading towards the Portland area. So if you are in Portland right now, I need you to be taking shelter in that sturdy building, preferably on the lowest floor away from windows. As I'm seeing a growing reflectivity signal, the hail potential may be picking back up a little bit with this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. So if you are in Portland, especially right now, Lyons as well, with time as well. The little Collins community there, right there along David Highway and Lyons Road. Uh, but really, the Portland area is my main area of concern. So is the West Sebawa and Sebawa Corners area as it continues to move off to the northeast. That kind of reflectivity signal, that's a signal to me. But let me look at some larger hail once again with a storm. Taking a look, I want to take a look at echotops again. And we're back around 40,000 feet with this storm as well, so this is still a relatively strong storm. It is a little close, too close to the radar for me to really give a good cross section of this storm. Close some of this out. But still, this is still a relatively tall storm, with the hail being lofted to at least 20,000 feet, if not 25,000 feet. Just looking at that, it's quite a strong storm. So this is an intense storm up to around 40,000 feet. Unfortunately, the very top of the storm's beam, radar beam is kind of not showing that part, but still a relatively strong storm looking at some of our derived products such as the echo tops. And just looking at that reflectivity signature, that's a good signal of hail there. You can go to our debris tracker as well. And yep, that is a textbook hail signal there. Near the Sebawa and Corners in West Sebawa area. Near Clarksville Road and Sunfield Highway, where I'm seeing that. Newer scan coming in. Taking it right along I-96. So if you are along I-96, particularly between Portland and we'll say Saranac, I would not be, if you're planning to drive on I-96 the next little bit within that corridor, I'll say between Portland, between the Clinton County line and Ionia especially, I would hold off for the next little bit, let the storm pass on through, just with these reflectivity signals. I'm starting to see a increasing signal again of large hail. So I would not, if you're planning to drive on that stretch of I-96, I would hold off for a little bit, let the storm pass on through. It is moving off to the northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Give me just a moment. I'll do a storm track as well. But it's heading into the Portland area over the next few minutes. That is my area of main concern for large hail is Portland. Do have confirmed hail at our this is wanted to pass this along. This is a little bit earlier in Woodland at the West Michigan Weather Eastern 8 headquarters. We have confirmed reports of hail. So moments ago, this was at 8:17. This is confirmed from our own eastern headquarters near the Woodland area in Berry County. Our main concern right now is the Portland area in the short term. That's where, with these reflectivity values, I'm getting very concerned about large hail. We'll go back to hail tracker again really quickly. Yeah, that's quite the signal. Heading just north of Sunfield, and that is heading into Portland as I speak to you here. So if you are in Portland, you need to be inside right now, preferably away from those windows on the lowest floor. Let the storm pass through. Again, lowest floor, preferably interior room away from windows is where I want you to be. Just with that reflectivity signal, that's a good signal of large hail. Taking a look at velocity, we are showing still some signs of gustier winds as well. Near the I-96 corridor near Portland is where I'm showing this. Just with the higher up reflectivity, just with the little bit higher velocity values. Still not a screaming damaging wind signal, but nonetheless the signal is there of some gustier winds potentially. And they do have this warrant for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds still. So looks like they are issuing a new This is going to be a new mesoscale discussion. I'll try and show that in just a minute here. This is a good way to consider the mesoscale discussions is sort of the watch before the watch. They are showing severe potential watch possible. This is a 40% possibility of a watch. These are from mostly lower Michigan. I'll pull things up behind the scenes here momentarily. But again, we are watching that as well. So they are going to be considering a severe thunderstorm watch. It does appear. Increase in the low-level jet. I'll read the summary off real quick. An increase in the low-level jet across parts of the lower Great Lakes region could initiate storms capable of large hail and isolated damaging winds. Convective trends are being monitored for a possible watch. The primary threat of these storms will be large hail and damaging winds. They are mentioning this about a tornado threat tonight. Tornado risk is not as clear as low-level profiles are expected to be neutrally stable at best. That said, low-level holding-grass will be large, and Theta E eventually will slow nocturnal stabilization. Yeah, like I'll show you earlier, we do have a low-end tornado risk tonight. However, that will begin to decrease with time tonight as well. Just with the stability at the surface, that's going to kind of reduce the tornado threat. This will be more of a large hail and isolated damaging wind threat. If I had to choose between the two risks, large hail would be my main concern, especially as we get later into tonight. Speaking of gusty winds, we're still showing that signal near the Portland area, especially on the west side, towards the Wagon Wheel Restaurant. Where I'm showing that towards Portland High School, where I'm showing that a little bit of a signal of gustier wind. Go back to reflectivity. I will say reflectivity values maybe starting to come down a little bit again. But it's been kind of the story of the storm. It ramps down, ramps back up, ramps down, ramps back up. And I will say this, we will have to be watching in the short term for portions of Clinton County as well. I would not be surprised to see a warning come down if the storm continues to hold together. Clinton County will need to be watched as well for the potential severe thunderstorm warning. This primarily be a similar story to the rest of these warnings. It's quarter-size hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And as I say that, there's our new severe thunderstorm warning for the far southeastern corner of Ionia County, and then really into most of Clinton County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So this severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 9:30 p.m. tonight. This is going to be for Clinton and the far southeastern corner of Ionia County for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. At 8:29 p.m., this is from the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Portland to 12 miles to the west of DeWitt to near Grand Ledge, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard with this, again, is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Some locate impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include St. John's, Grand Ledge, Elsie, DeWitt, Capital Region International Airport, Eureka, Ovid, Fowler, Westphalia, Maple Rapids, Mulligan, Hubbardston, Eagle, Wacusta, and Bath. If you're at any of these locations I just called out, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And again, that is associated with this complex of storms that continues to lift off to the northeast. I will say this, if you are in Eaton County, they have just canceled this severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be the westernmost warning that continues for southeastern Ionia County. But if you're in Eaton County, they have dropped this warning. Your severe threat is not over tonight. Still be monitoring later tonight. But for this particular storm in the short term, your threat has ended when it comes to severe weather. Some stuff behind the scenes. Give me just a second. Okay. All right. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning again for Clinton County in the far southeastern corner of Ionia County until 9:30 p.m. tonight. And I will say reflectivity is kind of trending down a little bit again with this storm. That doesn't mean it won't ramp right back up again. And if you're in Portland right now, you're likely seeing an indication of some at least very heavy downpours, if not hail, in addition to some gustier winds. We'll go to velocity again, take a look at that. We're still showing some signs of gustier winds there across eastern Ionia and the southwestern Clinton County. I will say with its northeasterly movement, we'll have to pay attention eventually for especially southern portions of Gratiot County as well. No warnings in effect there, but just something we are watching as well, just with the northeasterly movement of that. Yeah, and I'm not seeing a screaming, damaging wind signal with that. There still hasn't been many outages popping up on the outage maps. Alright, we do have a few isolated outages popping up near the Sebawa area. Not terribly widespread, just a few isolated outages, but just something we are watching, continuing to watch as well. This is on the Tri-County outage map. Checking that out. Alright. Portland, you're in the thick of this storm right now, so is Eagle. You'll be into the Wacusta area over the next few minutes. Westphalia, it's moving into your area. Collins, northwest of Portland, it's moving in. Lyons, you're right on the edge of it. I do think the strongest may stay off just to your southeast. You definitely want to stay inside regardless, just with a lot of lightning going on with this storm. And then Pewamo, Fowler, St. John's. This is your heads up over the next few minutes. In fact, give me just a second. I will go ahead and do a storm track of the strongest part of this storm. Carry it off to the northeast. Give me just 1 second. Carrying this off to the northeast at around 30 to 40 miles per hour is going to be Westphalia in the next few minutes, around 13 minutes. Fowler in the next 24 minutes. St. John's in the next 35 minutes to 40 minutes or so. Eventually, the Duplain area in the next 40 to 50 minutes or so. Elsie in the next 55 minutes to the next hour, I should say. And then eventually the portions of southern Gratiot County, the Ashley area within the next hour. Same goes for North Star. And the Chapin area, that's more towards the Saginaw-Shiawassee County line there in the next hour as well. Chelsea is asking how will weather be for Mecosta County this evening. For Mecosta County, I will say there hasn't been much going on there so far this evening, but we are expecting activity to start to pick up as we head through the evening and overnight hours of tonight. And our primary concern there's still a severe weather concern for Mecosta County as well. This would primarily be hail and potentially get gusty to damaging winds. And another concern in Mecosta County is going to be very heavy rainfall. Mecosta County is under the flood watch. Yes, they are under the flood watch that you can see here in the green. That goes through Wednesday morning. Because we're not only do we expect storms tonight and Tuesday morning, we are expecting another round Tuesday night and Wednesday morning as well, which is just going to produce more heavy rainfall, and potentially more severe weather as well. But Chelsea, for this evening, I do expect storm coverage to begin to increase over the next few hours. We are seeing some additional storms over the lake. And then we have to watch these storms. If I go to composite real quick, there's still all this activity off to the west as well. That might be more of a northern lower issue based on that track, but we're seeing activity start to fill in over Lake Michigan as well. So I would expect things maybe to begin to pick up over the next few hours there. Go back to our local radar. I want to focus on our severe thunderstorm warning. Strongest part of this storm is now moving through the Portland area, moving into Westphalia. We'll be into Powamo, Fowler, eventually St. John's area as well. We're watching. We may need to watch northeastern portions of Ione County, maybe towards Powamo area, especially just this western edge of the storm. Kind of watching that as well. Taking a look, besides our reflectivity, I want to take a look at velocity again. Still some signal of gustier winds potentially. Moving into the Lions, between Lions and Westphalia especially. Seeing some gustier winds, maybe near the Riley area in Clinton County as well, northeast of Eagle. I'm seeing some signal of gusty winds as well. Again, I'm not seeing a lot to suggest damaging winds right now, but doesn't mean it isn't happening. And it is warned for up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Okay. All right, I'll go to the tracker just to see our hail indications. And we're still showing hail heading towards the Westphalia area, especially. In case you're wondering what I'm trying to point out, see how in the reds we have these greens, a little bit of blue showing up. Viewer scan coming in. That's where we're seeing our hail potential. If I go to our reflectivity, that matches up with our reflectivity as well. Heading into the Westphalia area right now, we'll be heading towards the Fowler, potentially Powamo and St. John's area as well over the next several minutes. Eventually towards Maple Rapids potentially as well. We're continuing to watch this cell continue to lift off to the northeast. I'm still here, guys. If I go silent, I'm just checking some things behind the scenes. I do want to pull up. I was going to do it earlier. As a scale discussion I was talking about, I do want to pull that up and show you guys what that is. Right here. It's showing a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ione County. It's going to be for that northeastern section. I was talking about mainly the Powamo area. I was kind of pointing that out earlier. Just where the northwestern section of the storm, as that lifts off northeast, could produce some quarter-size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So Lyons, Muir, Powamo, up towards the Mayferton area are going to be in that warning. It's going to be this little section I'm highlighting with my mouse. Actually, I have a drawing tool. I'll try and highlight it. It's going to be in this yellow here is where I'm highlighting this warning. It's going to be generally in there. Is my drawing tool. I have to refresh. There we go. For some reason my drawing tool is not wanting to come up correctly, but there we go. But still, take a look at reflectivity. We're mainly looking at large hail, I think, is the main concern. Still looking. Let me get my force back up, as I want to show the scale stuff. Just 1 second. Okay. Let me go over Chase cam source. There we go. So this is the mesoscale discussion I was mentioning earlier. It is across most of West Michigan, excluding our northeastern area towards the US 10 corridor. But this is primarily going to be for the potential large hail. You can see the most probable peak intensity. The tornado, 85 to 115. Again, the tornado risk is more uncertain here, and I will say lower than off to our west. Just as time goes on this evening, we're going to continue to stabilize at the surface. That will lower our tornado threat. Our main concern is going to be large hail and isolated damaging wind gusts. If I had to choose between the two hazards, large hail would be more of my concern, as we've been seeing throughout the evening of this storm. Currently lifted northeast through Ionia into Clinton counties. At this point, I do want to go back to our radar. This is back. That's just what the Storm Prediction Center was highlighting. Was the potential for large hail and isolated damaging winds with a very low, honestly very low, but non-zero tornado threat. I will say I think tomorrow carries a slightly higher risk of tornadoes, but tonight I do think it's relatively low but non-zero, and we'll be watching for that just in case. Zooming back in on this storm, the strongest part of this storm is moving through the Westphalia area right now. We can take a look. Give me just 1 second. Go to my overlays. Go to debris tracker. I would say hail. It's still somewhat evident. A couple areas I'm watching towards the mirrored Lyons, Powamo area. And then towards the Westphalia area, I'm still seeing some indications of hail. Not quite as evident if I go back to reflectivity as it was earlier. I do want to put hail tracker back up as well. And I will say that our hail tracker signal is a little bit lower too, which is good news. Doesn't mean it can't ramp back up. We've seen it do that a few times tonight. So we'll be continuing to watch that as well over the next little bit. Going back to our velocity product, I will say we're still seeing some signals for gustier winds. I'm not sure it's damaging winds. Not really seeing any impressive signal for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but still some potential for gustier winds through the Lyons area, through Powamo, down towards the Westphalia, Riley areas, back through DeWitt. And that'll be lifting into the St. John's area in the short term as well. So in order of concern with this storm, quarter-size hail, up to quarter-size hail is still my main concern with this storm. Gusty to potentially damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And we're not really too concerned about a tornado threat right now with this storm. If you're just joining us here this evening, I'm Jacob Melton, live here of West Michigan Weather. We are continuing to watch these strong and severe thunderstorms track through portions of our area this evening, and we are still expecting storms to continue to increase in coverage throughout the evening as well. And it all started in southwest Michigan with that first line of storms that developed, kind of produced some potentially some hail and gusty winds. I have not heard too much in the way of damage reports from that activity. And then we've had this lone cell that fired back in a southeastern Allegan County and southwest Berry County. And since this is a storm we've been watching since then, it appears to have fired off an outflow boundary. And it's still going into Clinton County now. It's had a history of producing large hail in the Hastings area, and we've also had hail reported in Woodland at our West Michigan Weather Eastern headquarters, near the Woodland area in Berry County as well. It's just tracked through the Portland area and is now tracking into portions of Clinton County. Strongest part, the greatest potential for hail, at least to me, is going to be in the Westphalia area, up towards Pewamo, and through the Lyons area, just track through. And it'll be lifting off to the northeast towards the Fowler, St. John's area, and eventually Maple Rapids as well. And we will also have to be watching southern portions of Gratiot County with time as well, as this storm continues to move off to the east. We are watching additional storms that have developed over Lake Michigan. I am not seeing anything overly impressive with these storms at the moment. Right now, it's just looking like rain with a few lightning strikes and more in the way of thunder showers. But we'll have to watch as the activity develops, and particularly, I want to say, based on the mesoscale discussion, north of I-94 is where I think the additional severe threat has shifted for tonight, and particularly near and north of I-96, I do think has a little bit better threat for severe weather in the form of mainly large hail with some potential for isolated damaging winds and a super low but non-zero tornado threat as well. And our main storm of concern right now is going to be heading into the Fowler area. It's tracking through Pewamo, through the Westphalia area through Wiley, heading into the St. John's and Maple Rapids areas. I'm going to take a look at our hail tracker again. Still showing a signal for larger, at least small hail, if not large hail, near the Fowler and Riley areas, just passing through Westphalia. And I'll be heading into the St. John's area over the next few minutes as well. Zachary on YouTube is asking, is the mesoscale discussion for tornado or thunderstorm watch? If a watch is issued, I would guess it would be a severe thunderstorm watch, Zachary. Just based on the text of it, it's reading, if a watch is being issued, it will be a severe thunderstorm watch. It is also only 40% probability, so a little bit uncertain if we get a watch. But if we do, it will most likely be a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll say we just got this report in of ping pong ball size hail in the community of Portland. This is at 8:30 p.m. quarter. The ping pong size hail from media reports and the general public. So we have a history of this storm producing ping pong ball size hail in the Portland area as well. And they just can't. Speaking of Portland, they have just canceled that severe thunderstorm warning for really most of Ionia County. There's a few small sections remaining, but for most of the county, the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled as that storm has moved out of that warned area. So for Portland, Lake Odessa, Lyons area, technically you've been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. There's still this warning for the far northeastern corner of Ionia County, I'll say. This is for this section of the storm moving through the Pewamo area. And then technically the far southeastern corner of Ionia County, southeast of Portland, still in a severe thunderstorm warning. But that section of the storm has moved out and is into Clinton County right now. So it's moving into the Fowler area, into St. John's over the next few minutes. We'll have to see what happens eventually. If I had to choose a portion of Gratiot County that may eventually go under warning, it would likely be the southern portions of the county, based on the current trajectory of these storms. Areas like Perryton, Ashley, Newark, North Star, potentially Ithaca, where I'm actually based. We'll be watching in the short term as well if this storm does continue to hold together. Roads may eventually be required for portions of Gratiot County as well. Taking a look, besides the hail threat, Gusty wind potential. We're showing some potential for gusty winds, particularly near the St. John's area, just southwest of there. I'm seeing some elevated velocities, not horribly elevated. I'm not seeing a big damaging wind threat, but maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour potentially being indicated there. Taking a look at debris tracker, which we're using for hail, we're still seeing much that up of reflectivity though. Seeing a little bit of a hail signal near the Fowler area still. Just where it's a little bit more noisy and with the reds in this case, which is showing all rain. Where it's a little bit more noisy here near the Fowler areas where we're seeing some potential for hail. And that matches up fairly well with our reflectivity values, where you're seeing the kind of purples and the pinks is where we're watching there for the potential of some hail up to quarter size in diameter. Although these storms have had a history of producing hail up to ping pong ball size in diameter. And this is there's technically 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This first one is for a small section of Ionia County. They're just updating their severe thunderstorm warning for. So if you're southeast of the Portland area in Ionia County, you have just been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. They're just updating to remove that small section of Ionia County. It's leaving Clinton County for the potential quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And this warning again continues until 9:30 p.m. tonight. There's still this severe thunderstorm warning for the far northeastern, for a small section of northeastern Ionia County. Associated with this section of the storm, the Pewamo area, that will be moving out, and in northwestern Clinton County within the next few minutes. I would anticipate this section of the warning being dropped as well. I'm going to put up hail tracker again really quickly, just to see what that's looking like. I'd say a better signal for hail is near the Fowler area at this time, as that moves off to the northeast. This is going to be a heads up for areas like Maple Rapids, towards the Perryton, North Star, and Ashley areas as well in Gratiot County. We're going to be watching as well in the short term, just with the direction the storm is moving. I would not rule out a warning coming out for Gratiot County in the not too distant future. Take a look again at our velocities. Still some gusty wind potential, not extreme damaging wind potential. I'm not really seeing that with these storms, but just some potential for gusty winds. And that's something we'll have to be careful of as the low-level jet continues to increase as well. I will say the threat is lower than large hail, but we're going to be looking at some damaging wind potential as well on an isolated basis. The main concern with this storm continues to be large hail, particularly near the Fowler area, where I'm seeing the best signal at this point, and that's going to take it towards the Maple Rapids area, potentially over the next few minutes as well. Watching this activity towards over the lake, not too impressive at the moment. And watching this cell near Berrien County as well. Again, not super impressive at the moment. But we'll see what happens as these move over land, as there's still instability. I'm going to take a look behind the scenes at mesoanalysis. Let me zoom back in on the warning. Storm. There we go. Take a look at behind the scenes at mesoanalysis. Data here. Most unstable capes, we're looking at about 1,000 or so in most unstable cape at the moment. We're looking at 1,000 to 1,500 surface-based cape, but most of that is capped at the surface. There is a cap at the surface, which I think is lowering our tornado potential. Mixed layer was still 500 to 1000. We'll still be watching storms throughout the evening. It looks like they are continuing our slight risk. We do have an outlook update coming in. And they're continuing the slight risk across most vast majority of our area. I'll show you what that looks like here in just a moment. We'll take a look at reflectivity though. We're still seeing a signal of some larger hail potential. Now moving northeast of the Fowlerville area, that's going to take it into Maple Rapids, especially maybe just south of Maple Rapids over the next few minutes. We're still seeing a signal of maybe some larger hail potentially. If you're just joining us here this evening, I'm Jacob Mountain live here of West Michigan Weather. I've been live for the last 3 hours now for severe weather coverage as we continue to have strong to severe thunderstorms track across West Michigan, parts of West Michigan, I should say, this evening. And we're still having some kind of severe weather threat, it does appear, as we head into the evening and overnight hours. And we're currently watching our severe thunderstorm, which has started back in back near the Plainwell area, really, in southeastern Allegan County. Tracked off to the northeast, continues to track off to the northeast. Dropped large hail in the Hastings and most recently Portland area. Where in Portland, we've had hail up to ping pong ball size in diameter. That's starting to get up there in terms of hail size. And you continue to see at least some potential for hail, mainly in really northwestern portions of Clinton County right now, near the Fowler area, excuse me, not Fowlerville. Fowlerville is over here in Livingston County. But Fowler area heading towards Maple Rapids. And I do think a warning, if this trend continues, may eventually be required. For Gratiot County, I will say in Gratiot, we do have could be another cell trying to form near the Perrington area as well. We are watching additional activity attempt to develop over Lake Michigan. Hasn't really done much so far, but we are going to see activity begin to develop over the next several hours and move east as well. And at that point, we'll still have a large hail threat, maybe some gusty winds, the damaging winds, and along with the potential, the very low but non-zero potential of a spit-up tornado. Although I think that potential will be decreasing throughout the night as we do get a little more stable. Water. You are in Ionia County, particularly a small section of northeastern Ionia County. Near the Lyons, Mirror, Pewamo areas, you're still technically in the severe thunderstorm warning, but the strongest part of the storm is clearly moved into Clinton County. I do think they will be dropping this warning here momentarily. So it's still technically in it, but our main severe thunderstorm warning at this point, at least as of right now, is going to be Clinton County, where we're watching. And I do think at least some portions of Gratiot County may eventually require warning as well. Probably, if I had to choose, most likely the southeastern portions. So areas like Perryton, Ashley, over towards Bannister as well. Maybe North Star as well. We'll have to be watching as well in the short term. We're still showing a good signal, at least on reflectivity, for potential hail just south of Maple Rapids. We'll take a look at the hail tracker. Give me 1 second to see what that's looking like. We're still showing a signal of at least small hail, if not large hail, near the just south of the Maple Rapids area. And we'll actually also take a look at our debris tracker. We're still showing maybe a little bit of a hail signal. Not as defined as it was earlier, but that doesn't mean it can't ramp back up. Near the Maple, just south of the Maple Rapids area. Circling where it's kind of a little bit noisy. That's where our hail potentially is. We'll go back to our reflectivity. That matches up with our reflectivity. And these purples, kind of pinkish colors is where we're watching the potential for hail. Information. Okay. So just checking information here. I'm not seeing a whole lot. So fortunately, so far tonight, we have not seen too much in the way of power outages. Just a few isolated here and there outages, but nothing particularly widespread, which is good news. That does suggest that the gusty winds, they are warning it for up to 60 mile per hour, but that may not necessarily be reaching the surface, which is good news. We do hope that trend continues. Actually, I'm taking a look at velocity as a matter of fact. And we're still showing some potential for gusty winds near the Maple Rapids area, especially. I have an interesting signature there. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, nothing too significant on rotation tracker. So, with some gustier wind potentially near the Maple Rapids area, back through St. John's. Probably not damaging winds, I don't think. It's still warned for 60 mile an hour winds, so you still want to consider the potential, but we're not seeing any real signals that we have it so far tonight of that hitting the surface. We do hope that continues to remain the case. However, we still think at least some isolated damaging wind potential will continue into the overnight hours, along with especially large hail. And there is a very low but non-zero tornado threat tonight. I will say it's on the lowest end of concerns. And as we get later into the night, we'll continue to stabilize. That will kind of temper that threat for short term. So this is, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's long, storm's long gone in that small section of northeastern Ionia County. Still technically have that, but really our only severe thunderstorm warning of concern right now is in portions of Clinton County, particularly northern sections of Clinton County is where I'm the most concerned. For areas St. John, M21 and points north, really where I'm the most concerned. So areas like Maple Rapids, Duplain, Elsie, the Eureka community. I'm seeing the greatest potential in the short term for the strong to severe thunderstorm to produce probably some more hail, particularly near the Maple Rapids areas where I'm the most concerned. Taking a look again at debris tracker, I'm still seeing a little bit of a hail signal. We're not using this for debris tonight. We're mainly using this for hail potential. But we're seeing a little bit of a signal of hail near the Maple Rapids area. And maybe a little bit of a signal in St. John's as well. We will see what the Weather Service is going to do soon about Gratiot County. I do think a warning may eventually be required based on radar trends for especially southern parts of the county. We'll see what the Weather Service does here in a few minutes, though. Taking a look at, oops, I don't want to do that to the map. There we go. Taking a look at echo tops. I'm gonna say this storm's a little bit lower now, down to around 35,000 feet. We might be on a little bit of a weakening trend when it comes to this storm. It looks like they are going to let this warning. Going to be for Ionia County. They're going to let the severe thunderstorm warning for east central Ionia County. That is again the far east central portion of the county, I should say. They're allowing that to expire. The thunderstorm, which prompted the warning, has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. So this only leaves one active severe thunderstorm warning right now for portions of Clinton County. This one will fall off the map over the next few minutes. They're allowing that to expire. So that leaves especially northern portions of Clinton County, I think, is the most imminent of concern. And eventually southern Gratiot County as well. I do think a warning may eventually be coming out for probably southern portions of Gratiot County, if I had to guess. We're watching some additional convection off to the west as well. Towards the Holland area, we're seeing some convection. Not too much of a concern there yet, but we are going to be watching that. I would say our biggest concern right now in terms of hail is going to be near the Maple Rapids area, where we're continuing to see some higher reflectivity values. And also, let me go back to debris track. All right, there we go. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for the southeastern portions of Gratiot County. This is going to go, as that comes in here, until 10 o'clock tonight for southeastern portions of Gratiot County. And I will note they have included the tornado possible tag with this warning. I'll take a look at that in just a moment. But they're including this is going to be for southeastern portions of Gratiot County going until 10 o'clock tonight. So this is going to be areas like just east of Parrington, so the Pompey area, Bridgeville, Ashley, Bannister, North Star, Sickles Community, Edgewood, the Rathbone, Langport, and Galloway points of interest as well. We'll be seeing that in the short term. That is going to again go until 10 o'clock tonight. Let me pull up the warning text. Pull that really quickly. 9:09 p.m. A severe thunderstorm is located 6 miles to the northwest of St. John's, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source on that's going to be radar indicated. And impact hail damage to vehicles expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include North Star, Ashley, Parrington, the Pompey area, Bannister. Precautionary preparedness actions. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement, a small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So I did just mention we do have a tornado possible tag on this storm. I want to take a look at velocity, and if I had to guess, it might be this little area of interest near the Bridgeville area. We are seeing some weaker signs of rotation, especially when we look at storm relative velocity. We're seeing a little bit of an indication some weak rotation near the Bridgeville area. That's going to move. So that moves northeast. That might be an interest really for the Ashley and Bannister areas is where you'll be watching that in the short term. Again, this is not an imminent tornado concern, I don't think, but we are watching some weaker signs of rotation with this storm, which is why we have the tornado possible tag on there. In addition to the tornado threat, we are seeing a little bit higher velocities as well, over 40 miles per hour near the Bridgeville area. So maybe some potential for gustier winds as well. And that also matches up just to the north of the higher reflectivity values. So this we're still watching for some larger hail potential now east of Maple Rapids. That's going to lift to the northeast. I do think the better potential for large hail, at least in this juncture, is going to remain near and south of M57. We're still going to be watching some of our. Those look like we have some additional convection trying to develop near the Carson City area as well. We'll eventually be watching that, see if that develops further areas like Newark, Ithaca, eventually maybe towards Alma as well. The Sumner area we'll be watching as well. We'll have to see if these storms get organized. That could begin to get a hail and gusty wind threat with time as well. I will say the main concern with this storm continues to be large hail. We're still seeing elevated reflectivity values. I'm going to take a look at the Bree tracker. We're seeing a bit of signal for hail in there. Go back to our reflectivity. We'll go to our hail tracker product. And still seeing a bit of a signal for larger hail in there. East of the Maple Rapids, approaching US 127. So if you're driving along US 120, if you're planning to drive along US 127, particularly between St. John's and we'll say Ithaca, I would consider postponing that for the next little bit. Let the storm pass on by. We're still seeing some indications for large hail. And Jonah, I posting this in chat. I wanted to pass this along. Hey all, Jonah here. Sorry I can't be with you all this evening. Having major audio issues on my computer here at West Michigan Weather Headquarters. Hope you're all staying safe, and thanks to Jacob for manning the fort tonight. Well, and thank you for that, Jonah, and glad to be here helping with that. Keeping this show on the road. So again, so we're still watching this signal for some potentially larger hail up to quarter size in diameter near the Maple Rapids area. We want to go back to reflectivity, and that still matches up with our signal for with that hail tracker signal I just showed you a couple seconds ago. I'm going to do another storm track on this storm. I'm going to track from the higher reflectivity values, take that off to the northeast, around 40 miles per hour. That's going to take it towards the Ashley area in the next 15 minutes or so. I would not wait if you're in Ashley. I would be inside right now. We're also seeing the Gratiot State, Saginaw State game area, if you're near there. That'll be moving in over the next 25 minutes or 25 minutes or so. And eventually it'll move out of Gratiot County and into portions of Saginaw County. That would be outside of our coverage area. I will say we are watching this up. This cell is kind of flaring up now. Near the Newark area, just northeast of Carson City. That may be moving towards the Newark and Ithaca areas as well. This is our. So we're still carrying 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, just after 9:15 this evening. If you're just joining us here, Jacob Melton live here of West Michigan Weather. We're continuing to track strong the severe thunderstorms across portions of West Michigan this evening. Right now, we're particularly focusing on the US 127 corridor, especially north of Lansing. What we're watching here is mainly hail potential, along some potential for damaging wind gusts. In addition to the damaging wind and large hail potential, we are continuing to see frequent lightning with this storm. There's still relatively strong storms even besides the hail and wind potential. And still quite a bit of lightning, so that's another reason you'll want to be inside as well. Alright, let's go look at velocity again. Still watching that little bit of weaker rotation potential I was mentioning earlier. That prompted our tornado possible tag to be issued with that warning for Gratiot County. I'm not imminently concerned about a tornado with this, but just with that, we're still watching it near the Bridgeville and Pompeii area, right along US 127 near M57 is where we're watching that. I'm not imminently concerned about a tornado with that, but just with the tornado possible tag on the warning, something we are paying attention to. In fact, I can pull up rotation tracker, see how that's working on there. Yeah, just a little bit of weaker rotation. Nothing extremely obvious to me that would suggest tornado, but there's something we are watching. We'll go back to reflectivity, and I do think the main concern with this storm is going to continue to be hail, followed by damaging winds. I am also still watching this storm. That's kind of flared up relatively quickly near the Carson City and Newark areas. We're already starting to see some higher reflectivity values show up in there, over 60 dBz. So Newark and Ithaca areas in particular, you're going to want to keep an eye on this. Maybe potentially south side of Alma as well over the next little bit. I will say particularly Newark and Ithaca in the short term. You're going to want to watch this cell as it lifts off to the east and northeast as well. That could produce maybe some hail potential as well, heavy downpours, and some gusty wind potential if it continues to strengthen. Outside of that, there's not really too much going on right now. We are seeing some isolated activity kind of start to flare up along the US 31 corridor and then back over Lake Michigan. I'm not seeing anything super concerning with that at the moment. We'll be keeping an eye on it though over the next little while. Well, take a look at, we're on reflectivity currently. I will say there's a couple areas I'm watching. One near the Gratiot-Clinton County line along US 127. Kind of heading towards the Ashley area. We're seeing a secondary area. A little bit higher reflectivity values near the Elsie area as well. Near the Duplain area, this is going to be in northeastern Clinton County. We're seeing some indications maybe of some hail as well. So this one's kind of flaring up. So is this one near Ashley, right along M57 now, east of US 127. We're seeing things flare up a little bit. I'm gonna throw hail tracker back on, just see what that's looking like. And then I'll look at. So this is a little bit delayed. Let me go back. We'll go to debris tracker. I'm still seeing some signals. What you're seeing is areas of oranges, yellows, within the kind of this purplish reddish color, kind of. That all of this is mostly rain. Where we're seeing the areas of oranges and yellows start to show up, that is where we're starting to look at hail potential. And we're seeing a bit of that still. The areas I'm mostly watching right now is going to be heading into the Ashley area over the next few minutes. Is where I'm, and also the LC area. Though LC, once that moves through, that will be out of the coverage area into Saginaw and maybe far northwestern Shiawassee counties. My main area of concern locally is going to be southeastern Gratiot County in the short term, for large hail potential and maybe some damaging winds as well. Taking a look at velocities again, we're still seeing some indication for gusty winds near the Ashley area is where I'm seeing that. Taking a look at behind the scenes sources, still not seeing much in the way of power outages, which continues to be good news. That means that this isn't necessarily reaching the ground. I'm kind of curious. I want to look at, I'm going to go look at meso again, meso analysis. I'll take a look at D-capes. Also, the D-capes are getting a little higher with eastward extent. I want to see how that's trending, right? So D-capes will tend to trend lower throughout the night, at least according to meso. When that doesn't completely negate the damaging wind threat later tonight, it'll kind of subdue it a little bit. I would say higher D-cape values right now are being indicated pretty much along the 127 corridor between Mount Pleasant and Lansing. Once these storms get east of that, that's going to kind of negate things probably for the short term across our area. Still higher wind potential pretty much near the Ashley area right now, looking at velocities. And they are allowing, this is for Clinton County, they are allowing this severe thunderstorm warning to expire. We're going to allow this to expire as the storm is moving out of Clinton County. LC, you're probably still seeing some heavy downpours, some frequent lightning, probably maybe some gusty winds and hail as well. But that will be moving out of LC over the next few minutes, and they are allowing this warning to expire as the strongest part of this storm complex of storms is moving out of Clinton County. So that is going to leave only one active severe thunderstorm warning, at least for right now across our coverage area, and that is going to be for southeastern portions of Gratiot County. Really from, we'll say, a Perryton to, just west of the Merrill area, that's Saginaw County, but kind of up to that. We'll say Perryton to Wheeler line and point southeast is you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in Ithaca, you're not in the warning. If you're in Alma, St. Louis, Sumner, you're not in the warning. This is primarily a southeastern Gratiot County issue. Particularly Ashley is my main area of concern right now, over towards Bannister. And now we moving towards the state game area over the next few minutes as well. I'm still seeing our higher reflectivity values. I'll go to the debris tracker again, and we're still seeing, again, that signal for larger hail potentially near the Ashley area, right along M57 there. As that moves off to the northeast at, last check was around 40 miles per hour. 30 miles per hour, I should say. Let me do another, well, I don't want to really do a storm track because that's going to give me locations mainly out of our coverage area. But just a heads up, especially western Saginaw County, we'll see what the National Weather Service in Detroit decides to do, but warnings may eventually be required there as well, as this storm continues to lift off to the northeast and out of our coverage area as well. We're still watching this storm near the Newark area, although that's not looking quite as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. Seeing maybe a secondary flare-up near the Pompeii and North Star areas. That could be producing maybe some smaller hail there. Other than that, we are watching this cell. It's kind of a little bit of interest. This is going to be northern Allegan County, near the Door area, south of Jamestown. We're not seeing anything too concerning with that just yet, but We'll be watching that in the short term as well. All right, so just take a look at some things. Let me see. It looks like I know I was just mentioning Saginaw and Shiawassee counties. It looks like National Weather Service in Detroit has opted to go with a special weather statement rather than a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of a nickel-sized hail. That's just one step below severe thunderstorm criteria. Remember, that is 1 inch in diameter or quarter-size hail. They are going 0.88 inches in diameter, and that is a nickel-size hail, I believe. Yes, nickel-size hail. Um, just a heads up, mainly Saginaw and northern Shiawassee counties. That's outside of our coverage area, but just with it close by, it's possible we may have viewers there. So just something we are watching in the short term. But we do continue with this. Right now, we only have one active severe thunderstorm warning. This warning for Clinton County is still technically on the map, but that will drop off in the next couple of minutes as the storm has moved out of Clinton County. And it's mainly in southeastern portions of Gratiot County at the moment. Okay. All right. So I will say this is not. I will say reflectivity is starting to come down a little bit. There's still a couple areas we're watching northeast of Ashley now, heading into the Gratiot Saginaw State game area, and then a secondary little area near North Star, later on US 127 there, just southeast of Ithaca. Ithaca, maybe south side of Ithaca, potentially seeing some heavier rain at the moment. This is not severe over here, and we're not seeing any imminent signals of that. We'll be watching that as well. But I will say the strongest part of this particular complex of storms, at least on the Grand Rapids radar, is really moving into Saginaw and Shiawassee at this point. Taking a look at velocity. We're still showing maybe a signal of some gustier winds near the North Star and Ashley areas. That's going to be moving into the state game area over the next few minutes. Realistically, I'm not really still taking a look behind the scenes at the outage map, and we're still not seeing any real indications of power outages or anything like that. We still do technically have the tornado possible tag, although the storm relative and even the rotation's not really looking super impressive. Maybe some very, very broad rotation near the Gratiot Saginaw State game area north of Ashley, north and east of Ashley. But I'm not really super concerned about a tornado threat with this storm. We'll take a look at our rotation tracker. We have a new product that we've been able to debut recently on our radar system. It's still very, very weak rotation. Kind of almost not really on the scale. And it's not really very tight either. It's kind of just there. So we're not really super concerned about a tornado threat. There's still the tornado possible tag on the warning though, and it's just something we are continuing to watch. Other than that though, this is our only active severe thunderstorm warning across West Michigan. It takes us to the US 127 corridor and far southeastern portions, I should say, of Gratiot County. Outside of that, I do want to take a general reset. We are seeing some isolated showers and storms kind of start to pick up a little bit. And severe thunderstorm warnings. I put composite on. We're still watching these storms off to our west as well. Off to our west and northwest, across portions of Iowa into Wisconsin. We got several active severe thunderstorm warnings. We had tornado warnings earlier. In fact, we got considerable damaging winds for 70 miles, considerable tag warnings in northern Iowa for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We'll be watching this activity as we head into the overnight hours as that moves east. I will say the severe threat, while not zero, be on the lower end of that, I would tend to think. Now, our primary concern with this activity would be damaging winds and maybe some hail as well. But as that gets over here into the overnight hours, that might tend to kind of temper the severe weather threat somewhat. We'll be here watching it throughout the night nonetheless. Going back to our radar, focusing on our severe thunderstorm warning. Still watching this complex of storms moving across southeastern Gratiot County. This warning continues for the next half hour or so. Reflectivity's not really looking as organized as it did earlier. There's still some signals of maybe some smaller hail. I want to take a look at hail tracker on this. I'm just a bit curious. My hail tracker's still showing somewhat of a signal near Ashley. And moving out of Elsie into Saginaw County. Taking a look at correlation coefficient. I know it shows debris tracker, but we'll not use it for tornado debris tonight. Still showing maybe some indications of hail in there, but it's not looking as impressive as it was earlier. Hopefully that continues to be the case. Maybe we can drop this warning a little bit earlier in Gratiot County. Yeah, we're not really seeing the impressive signals we were seeing earlier. That's really moving out of Gratiot County now into the Saginaw counties where I'm seeing the better signals at this point. We're still going to be here until the Weather Service decides what to do with this warning. Take a look at velocity. We are still seeing our gusty winds, maybe some weak rotation. Towards the Gratiot Saginaw State Game area, towards the Edgewood and Sickles. These are mainly points of interest, but not a very impressive rotation signature. We're not really concerned. I mean, there's still the tornado possible tag technically, but I'm not very concerned about a tornado potential with this. And back to our reflectivity though. Our reflectivity's not really looking. Still heavy downpours, still maybe some small hail. It's not as impressive as I was looking earlier as it moved through the Ashley area. And really the higher reflectivity values are going to be moving out of Gratiot County over the next several minutes and into western portions of Saginaw County. Outside of that, we're still not really seeing anything all that impressive on radar. These are mainly just showers right now. I realize I never did show the I'm going to do that real quick since those signals are not looking as impressive there. In just a second, give that other computer statewide the probabilities for the rest of tonight. Just a second to get that pulled up. Alright, so this is our categorical severe weather outlook for the rest of tonight. This was issued just before 9 o'clock this evening from the Storm Prediction Center. And as you can see in West Michigan, I'll zoom in just a little bit, we're still mostly in the slight risk for severe weather. That is this yellow shading. That is a level 2 out of 5 on the 1 out of 5 scale for levels of severe weather. And in the green here, which extends across mainly from Lansing area east along US 127, in the southeastern portions of our coverage area, that is a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk for the rest of tonight. That is a lower end risk. Still not zero, still isolated severe weather. But any greater severe weather potential for the rest of tonight is really going to be along and west of US 127 in the slight risk. This is our categorical outlook. Our tornado outlook, as you can see, we're still in this, again, along and west of US 127 especially, we are in a 2 to 4% probability of a tornado within 25 miles of a given point. I will say as we get later into the night, the tornado threat, as we stabilize a little more at the surface, that will kind of limit our tornado threat. But we will still be monitoring just in case we do have a brief spin up with that complex of storms, mainly off to our west as it comes through during the overnight hours. Take a look at our severe wind. We're still in a 15 to 29% probability of a damaged severe wind gust. Severe level winds, as a reminder, is 60 miles per hour, technically 58. We'll say 60 miles per hour or greater. We're in this yellow shading for most of the West Michigan area. Again, along and west of 127s, we'll be watching for that into the overnight hours. And finally, severe hail. Severe hail is, again, 15 to 29% across the majority of the area. The further east you go into the brown shading, that's a 5 to 14% probability of severe hail, which, as a reminder, is quarter size or greater in diameter. So I just wanted to show what was going on with that for the rest of tonight. Let me go back to our radar. And still watching this severe thunderstorm warning if you're still with us here this evening. Still watching this severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern portions of Gratiot County. I will say the strongest portion of this storm is really moving into Saginaw County at this point. Still maybe an indication of at least heavy downpours, if not small hail, east of the Ithaca area. That's going to be taking it really south of the Wheeler area is where I'm still watching this little stronger portion of the storm. We'll go to velocity again. Still some potential for gusty winds across the eastern portions of the county. However, based on other indications I've been looking at behind the scenes, I'm not really seeing too many in the way of power outages. I haven't really seen that much tonight, which is good news. And still some gusty winds possible, mainly near the Gratiot Saginaw State game area. Now I'll be moving east and into Saginaw County over the next several minutes as well. We're not even really seeing all that much lightning in Gratiot County. Still one strike near county line, at least on this system. But I do think the severe threat is trending lower in Gratiot County. Not zero, but trending lower. We're hopeful that theme does continue. We can cancel this warning. And we may be able, I'm tracking this cell actually, kind of near St. Joseph coming on shore in northern Berrien County. Just some heavy downpours and lightning, nothing too significant being indicated there. And then we will be watching this activity off to our north and west. Now moving in into the overnight hours. We are watching some signs of convection. Actually over Lake Michigan as well. We're going to see, this warning does expire in the next 20 minutes. We are going to see what the National Weather Service decides to do with that. They may be canceling the warning early. We'll have to see what they do with that. And this is a heads up. This is outside of our coverage area, but if you're in Saginaw and Bay counties. The National Weather Service in Detroit has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. This is going to be for mainly 1-inch hail, quarter size hail. What they're basing that warning on. Still watching here in Gratiot County. This is mainly far eastern sections of the county at this point. There's one little section of showers and thunderstorms east of the Ithaca area, potentially heading just to the south of Wheeler. But really, I'm not seeing anything all that impressive with it. Take a look at hail tracker, maybe some small hail, potentially. Not really all that impressive. And if this trend continues, I could see this warning being canceled early for Gratiot County. Watching this cell near St. Joseph, kind of popped up over the last little bit. Not super impressive at the moment, but we are watching it. Mainly some heavy downpours. Let me take a look. Hey, not too much of a signal, maybe a little bit, but maybe some small hail at the very worst in there. But we're not really super concerned about severe weather with it at the moment. But we'll be watching that for the next little bit nonetheless. Not really seeing much on the power outage maps. Yeah, not really seeing much of anything, which continues to be good news. So, yeah, not really too much to speak of at the moment. We still technically continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes across Gratiot County. Although I really will say the strongest part of this complex of storms is east of Gratiot County now, in Saginaw County. Still watching maybe some heavier downpours south of the Wheeler area. And I'll be heading out of the county over the next several minutes as well. Other than that, we're not seeing any imminent we'll be watching this cell in the short term. We are seeing DBZ increase a little bit. This storm north of St. Joseph. Let me take a look at it from another radar. Northern Indiana. And similar story. It's kind of ramped up a little bit. Take a look at hail tracker on it. Some small hail, but not super impressed in terms of imminent severe weather with it. We'll be watching that nonetheless as well. As you can see, already off to our northwest. I'll take radar off just for a second so it's a bit more visible. We got flash flood warnings, actually considerable tag flash flood warnings west of the Green Bay area. And we'll be watching for flooding potential as well into the overnight hours, especially near and north of M46, where we do have flood watches in effect. Well, that is this green shading, and it looks like they are canceling our severe thunderstorm warning for Gratiot County. Our severe thunderstorm warning for Gratiot County has been canceled. That leaves current, as of right now anyway, no active severe thunderstorm warnings across the West Michigan weather coverage area. So we'll kind of take a quick recap. Then I am going to probably take a little bit of a breather. The one storm we are going to be watching in the short term is going to be this cell in northern Berrien County, near the St. Joseph Benton Heights area. We're seeing some indications of maybe some small hail. I'm not seeing. I'll take a look at some of our products again. I'm not seeing imminent severe signal with it, but we'll be watching that in the short term. And other than that, We'll be watching storm activity potentially increase into the overnight hours. We will see if a severe thunderstorm watch is issued. But if a new severe thunderstorm warning does get issued tonight, we'll be right back live with you here with severe weather coverage until the danger is over. And we will also be watching this activity off to our northwest into the overnight hours as well for at least some damaging wind potential as well. But at this point, since I'm not seeing any imminent severe weather danger, I am going to go ahead and take at least a little bit of a breather, kind of reset here. And again, we'll be back live if we need to later this evening. So for West Michigan weather, this is Jacob Melton. Thanks for sticking with me so far tonight. And again, we'll be back if the conditions warrant.